Hey, stream 258. Just let me see if I get the stream options today. Do I get the stream options? Yes, I got the stream options. Yes. Oh, I have the options. The options are mine. All right, so let me start the timer here. All right, cool. Welcome, friends. It's another week. It's a Monday. I'm always slower and less prepared on Mondays, but I actually have a plan today, mostly because it's the same plan as Friday, only not so many things, because it's basically Friday's plan, but without this part of it in front. So I'm working to remove the default zone in my game. If you're not familiar with what that is, here's my game, and all of the entities in this world, or this zone of the world, don't have any association with any zone entity in the game. The game's using an entity component system. So, for example, if I click on any position in here and look at an entity, there's no Z for zone entity reference in the position of that tile. Whereas if I go to a numbered zone, like the starter town here, and I click on any position here, they'll have a zone entity reference. So the reason why the default zone exists and why all the entities here don't have a zone entity reference is because I made this zone before there was a concept of zones in the first place. So yeah, my goal today is to try to remove this default zone. And if I wanted to still have something called default zone, I could do what I did at the end of Friday, just make an entity, zone entity called default zone, and we can have a migration step if we wanted to move everything there. Actually, I don't know. Did I put that in the plan yesterday or not? I had it alternatively write a tool to transport everything to there. Yeah. So I don't know. I'd rather just get rid of this zone completely and just get everyone back out. And if I really wanted to recreate this for posterity, I guess I could just do that from a VOD. Here, we'll scan quickly through the world. It's not very big. Not much to see here. There we go. That should be enough, right? If I wanted to recreate this, I could. Yeah. Okay, so here are the steps that I outlined. Because you appear in the default zone right here at 0, 0, if you create a new character in the game, I want to add some code to take the initial position that we have recorded in a special global entity and then make that where the players start out. So yeah, on Friday I had made it doesn't appear in the production yet, but in the test version of the game, I have this globals, and in the globals I stashed initial player position. So we want to use that component's attributes to set where a player appears when they are first, their character's first created in the game. That will handle all new accounts. So then existing accounts, I need to have a migration step where players that are in the default zone, we just teleport them to the initial position. Then I figured while I'm at it, adding migration code, I might as well take the opportunity to, since we're changing some of the components of existing players, might as well remove some obsolete properties that are hanging around in the production database. Right, and some players, actually a vast majority of them, are not only in the default zone, but they're also logged out. And there was a special logged out zone, which looks kind of funny. Let me show you what this logged out zone looks like. I actually have to go to this one and hit 0 here. Hey there, Capt. How are you doing? Hold on a second. Yeah, if I go to the default zone here, there's going to be a ton of players sitting around here. So some of them are in the default zone, some are not. So I figured that while we're migrating data anyway, we might as well take the fix I had made last week that basically clears this logged out zone so we can remove it, and puts them in the correct zones, but then marks them as gone. So they'll appear to me as little ghost characters that I can still move around if I want. So player 6 is not logged in now. I can move their character around. The idea is they're not visible. They shouldn't be visible to any other players who are playing, and not affected by any game systems, but I want to be able to see them and move them around as the game master. So in part of the migration step would be pull everyone out of this logged out zone and put them in the zone they should be in and mark them as gone. And that right now that's being done on login. And I just decided that I changed my mind there, and instead of do it on login, do it on in a fixed migration step when the game server starts. So yeah. Hold on a sec. Yeah. Hey there, Rally Monkey. How are you doing? Right, so if all of the above is done, we can destroy that default zone, or we can move people out of the default zone. If I wanted to keep the default zone around, I'd rather just destroy the default zone. That's the easiest. So just remove everything out, and then just destroy all the tiles that are there. Maybe have a migration step to do it. Just go back to the nest where you're told you might need a root canal. Ouch! I've had 2 of those. And not so bad as you might be led to believe, because they give you a lot of numbing. What do you call it? Numbing medicine. You won't feel a thing, Rally Monkey. Okay. So yeah, we want to have when new accounts are created, put them in at the initial position. That's easy to do, right? Anesthetic. There you go. You got the name of the thing. See, me and words on Monday don't really work out so well. Okay, let's go back here. Yeah. Again, it's a Monday. I get a little bit disoriented on Mondays. Hey there, Clayman. How are you doing? All right. Here's the migration step. I need to look. What do I want to look at again? New account creation. Right. So I think that's done by the executor on create player. Right. Here. Oh, this is doing some migration stuff for Twitch. Oh, there's probably a bug here in the point system, isn't there? This is how we should have migrated players' points. I don't know why it didn't work before. Oh, it might be 0, but we might have a Twitch link. Okay. I need to write myself a note about that, because I think oh, thank you for that follow. So executor that seems to have a bug in migrating player points. There's a bug in the point system that I have a migration step to fix, but I think the cause of the bug was here, where we're moving points around right here, get some old points and set them in the new location, but only if this value is non-zero. That will be 0 for players that linked to Twitch before I added that field in the first place. So I didn't think about that until I saw the code right now. I'm like, oh, that's why. I think it's in this on player logged in where the character gets created if they didn't exist. Yeah, here we go. And what about their position? Oh, here we go. 0, 0 in no zone. So this is where we're going to change the code. So let me put a marker. And I probably have a bunch of old markers I need to go clean up. Yeah. I'm using this extension. I think it's called markers. Or bookmarks. Bookmarks. I'm using that extension to bookmark my place in the code. And so let's go to the corresponding unit test for this, because I try to have unit tests for everything. There should be one for creating a player and seeing that they're positioned at 0, 0. I think this is it. Create character position if there's none on login. Right. So right now the expectation is that I'll be at 0, 0 and there's no zone attribute at all, right? So we want to change this. For it to work though, I need to have a range to have an entity, which is the globals. So we'll do globals equals components create entity, and then components it'll have one component called globals also, where we'll stuff all of our game's global variables available to the ECS system. Hey there, Meridium and Toulouse. I know Toulouse was in here before the stream started, but I'll still wave. Hello. Cool. Globals, globals, globals. Oh, I had made that in the test environment, right? Let's see what name I used. Initial player position. There we go. Yeah, we'll just call it that. And then that's itself an object, right? Okay, and then we're just gonna stuff the things that we want in here. X. Did I get the number of parentheses wrong? I did. There, fixed it. We can put whatever we want here. This is a unit test, so it's just something that's non-zero. Zone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sure, why not? Okay, and so we should expect the same numbers here. 42, 17, and then I had a special key for this one. Key position zone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Your Prime sub? Well, thank you for the Prime sub. I didn't get any kind of notification for it, but thank you. Hey, I wonder what happened to the notification. Unless maybe you subscribed earlier. Yeah, it doesn't show up in my activity feed. Well, thank you. I will just pretend that we just got the sub notification. Thank you for your support, Meridium. I appreciate it big time. Thank you very much. Well, I just looked at the one built into Twitch and it doesn't show up there. And yeah, the Stream Elements one. Is Stream Elements? Are you there, Stream Elements? Stream Elements would know about ping. Yeah, so Stream Elements is still around. That's weird. Please hum the sub notification theme. Let's see. It goes something like this. Oh, there it goes. It was just delayed. There it is. Yeah, you can get all of the cool emotes. The reverse Adam EJ, and you can do the golem if you want, or you can just have my face saying, hey. Spread the word. Okay, so I've changed the expectation for this test, so it's going to fail. But we will soon fix it. And then we'll move on to the next step. This is the easiest step. There you go. So if you guys don't know, that gingerbread man looking thing is my bad artwork representing the golem, which is the chatbot integration between my game and Twitch. And the cactus is the reverse of Adam EJ, because Adam is a big inspiration for me. And he has that emote. It's very famous in his channel, so we have a reverse of that. And then the other one is just my way of greeting people. Feel free to use it to greet others. And they'll be like, who is that handsome devil? Okay, running this test. Waiting for that test explorer. Okay. Fail. Show log. Right, so it is not putting us into the correct coordinates. It's doing what it has always been doing. So I'm going to go here and change the code. Actually, why don't I just go ahead and make a bookmark? That way I won't lose my place. Okay, so instead of pulling from X, we're going to need to pull from the defaults. Let's say if there is no globals, I don't know, we need to put them somewhere. Zone. Actually, let's make. Yeah, we'll have 0 be repurposed to mean the absence of a zone attribute, I think. Right. So let's do it this way: game state components with components of type. Oh, it wants the function object first. Okay. X, Y, zone. int entity, which we don't really care about, const JSON value component, which we do care about. And then we want the type, which is global, right? Special singleton kind of thing that I'm putting in here. Global. There it is. There should only be one entity with that component attached to it. And we would say x equals, interpret as an int component, x, y, and z. Zone. And let's pull this apart a little bit. So auto pause equals that. And then we'll say if zone is not 0, pause, and then realm server key position zone equals zone, and then we can just say position here. Hey, said who 12, how are you doing? It's all good? It's all good. Yeah, I'm working on removing the default zone of the game right now. This old area here that doesn't have any zone entity attached to any of these positions, we're going to remove them so that all positions in my game world will be tied to exactly one zone. So that the main thing is these zones have information like monster spawn points, player respawn points, light level, and that kind of thing. And this default zone doesn't have an entity for that, so there's no way I can have monsters in here anymore. And so we need to deprecate it. So that's what I'm working on today. So that, and then at the same time, I'm going to try to set up some database migration, so to speak, to get rid of this concept that we have everyone who's logged out being in a special zone. We're going to get rid of that. So instead, we'll, just like I have in the test environment now, logged out players, which I added this the other day, logged out players, it shows where they are, but nothing interacts with them, and only the GM can see them. Then I can make sure that I don't delete the land underneath someone while they're logged out. But then also I should be able to move everyone out of the default zone and then destroy that old zone. That's what I'm doing today. All right. If that looks good, so let's try the test now. Yep, yippers. What you been up to, said who? Have you been streaming lately? Said who has got some interesting streams in, I haven't seen it in a while, but he works with Shader Toy and comes up with some really cool effects. And there's a lot to learn in like linear algebra and other kinds of math, advanced math, when you work with shaders. And arguing with people, getting in trouble. Oh, don't do that, Setu. You should be nice. Don't get in trouble. No, but his stream is pretty cool. And it looks like I messed up. It didn't work. I thought this would work. I guess not. If it's invalid, set that. And the test set it up, right? Oh, globals. Okay, there we go. That's the mistake. Should be global. I hit the wrong key there. Streamed some Shader Toy the other day, but had some other secret work to do. It's been slow. That's fine. Don't feel obligated to stream all the time. Thank you for that follow, by the way. PBR rendering. I have no idea what that is, but it sounds cool. Any kind of anything that needs a 3-letter acronym is usually cool, right? Why is this still not working? So I need to step through this and see what's going on, I think. So that's what I'm gonna do. Why waste time, right? Let's jump straight into the debugger. Isn't PBR a beer? Physically based rendering. That sounds familiar, but I don't remember exactly what that is. But that's cool. Okay, it is gonna look it up. And what did we get? Okay, we got 0, so that means this didn't work. So let me restart and see if we actually get to there. We do. Interesting. But it's 0 still. What's the component have in it? Oh, I forgot. It's stashed under initial player position. Okay, there we go. See, the debugger is helpful. So we need to get to initial player position. Is that what I called it? Yeah, initial player position. Okay. Component initial player position. And then we'll do that. Anakin Luke, how are you doing? You can use me as background noise. That's perfectly fine. I think that's what most people coming into the stream are here for. For the sound of my voice. All right. How much do you want to bet this will pass now? Yeah, of course it passes. Of course. All right. Next thing on the list. Now that new accounts are going to be put in the correct place, we want to migrate players that already exist when the game starts to teleport them to that position. So I had a nice convenient place for that, and that is called Migrate Game that I made last week. So let's put a bookmark there. So part of this will be we're going to look up the positions of players, and if they are in the default zone, we're just going to teleport them. So let's have a test for that. Probably should just have a new test for this, right? I bet I don't have anything yet that does this. Like, unless I have a step from, like, migration. Okay, there's this one. It's going to be sort of like this. So let's just take this test and copy it. Currently messing around with Xterm. It has better input latency than the GNOME terminal that we were using before. Is that because GNOME terminal has that extra Chrome associated with the GNOME? What is it? Is GNOME the name of the framework, or am I confusing that with... Is GNOME based on a framework? Anyway, yeah, Xterm is more basic, so I'd imagine that it would have better latency because there's less code in the way between you and the actual terminal. All right, linked account. This is nothing to do with linked accounts. But it's still going to be something on start, right? Hey there, Frankie. How are you doing? All right. You have all your hands on the deck? Okay, Endorn. Hello, fastest mod. You have to configure a bunch of stuff before it's usable? Really? Xterm? Okay. I guess there's a lot of customization that you might want. Yeah. Starting your PhD tomorrow. Well, good luck. That's super awesome. What does that mean to start your PhD? Does that mean the interview process, or the classes, or what does that mean? Because I obviously have never done that. I stopped at a bachelor's degree, and that's just at the end of the 4 years or whatever. Hey, here's some paper that you can put on your office wall saying that you did something. But I know a PhD there's a rigorous process. You got to be interviewed, and you have to be sponsored and all that. The official date on a paper. Okay, cool. You have one hand in a bag of crisps and typing with one hand and one pinky. That's not all hands. Come on. But how do you like that new Adam Keeb emote that you used? It reminds me of like someone playing the piano feverishly, like playing a very dramatic piano piece and like breaking the piano. That's what that reminds me of. Passed the interviews and everything. Oh, nice. Nice. So you'll be Doctor, right? You'll be like, I'm Dr. Frankie. Okay, this should be migrate or teleport players to initial position. Teleport players in default zone to initial position on start. Exactly, that's what we want. Pinky's always clean? Yeah, because you just hold it out of the way. Never eat with your pinky. Physics. Ooh, nice. Like what kind of physics? There are many different subdivisions of physics. There's astrophysics, there's nuclear physics, there's probably other kinds of physics, but those are the two that came into mind right away. But yeah, that's super awesome. Dr. Frankie. All right, just checking some texts. Okay, the setup. Right, so I don't care about points or mod, but I do need to have this player have a position in the game. So let's add that. So there's a player and then there's a position. And the player should have, do I need any keys here? I think I just need X and Y. It doesn't, yeah, we need X and Y. So, and the X and Y can be whatever I want, because we're going to get, wherever we were, we're going to get teleported. So let's do X7, Y9 or something. And then from the executor tests I was in before, let's put a marker here. Good thing I have these bookmarks. I can grab this and copy it. We'll just use the same setup here, down here. So this is where you'll get teleported to if you were in the default zone. Being in the default zone means you're missing the zone flag. You only have X and Y. So that's our setup. And then the act of starting the game server is basically publishing any kind of journal event where the term is greater than what it was when you started the executor in the first place, which happens at mobilize. Where in this test it's empty. We didn't put anything in the journal. So term will be 0. So term 1 is, okay, we're doing stuff in the game now. The game started. So we should get the player, and actually, no, we're not getting the player. I should be getting the position of the character here and checking it. So const auto position is components. Get entity component of type, right? Yep. Position, and then we want character entity. And we're going to expect 42 for position X and 17 for Y and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for, and this one has a special key because I'm lame and inconsistent, and for X and Y I don't, for this one I do. Okay, so that's probably all I care about for this test, right? Just they get teleported. And then I'll have another test to make sure that they get marked done and not in the logged out zone. Right. Actually, no, we need to make sure that they're marked. Yeah, I think we should do it at the same time. They should not be not be done gone. No, they should be gone. So this should be a true. If we interpret as Boolean, then there's a gone. Gone. There we go. Exactly. Yeah, I think I'll have another test where they're explicitly not logged in. This will be where they're logged in, which is the presence, the lack of a previous zone key. And then we'll have another test. We should just do it now. Yeah, let's just do it now. Teleport. Let's just call this one teleport logged in players, and then teleport logged out players. No, not logged in and logged out. Teleport players in logged out zone. This is my problem with long names. Maybe it would help if I wrote a comment. Teleport players who are in the logged out zone and marked to be placed back into the default zone on login. Teleport players to the initial position if they are. So my task, should I choose to accept it, is to take this sentence and reduce it down to a reasonably short word that fits there. Either that, or I could just I don't know. I don't want to use code numbers like test number 147 or something like that. I'd rather this, even if I can't say all of this, at least have part of it. Teleport players in logged out zone. How about we say teleport players previously in default zone? Because that previously means something to my game right now. There's a PZ flag that means it's the old way of saying where you should go when you log in. And that'll be a good key. So that would be, they're marked like PZ. Or no, zone. Okay, so I need to actually use the zone key. Zone of 0. And does that mean I should have like, I should probably have another variant of this where they're not in the, yeah, where they're not in the, oh no, that's what this one was. This is not in the, no, I didn't do it yet. There are 2 other tests I need to do. This is if they're in the default zone logged in. This is if we're in the default zone and they're in the logged out zone. And there's 2 more. Previously in the non-default zone and then currently in a non-default zone. Yeah. Let's do a good thing and let's just start commenting every test. Because I'm starting to feel what some of my viewers feel. I think that these names are ridiculously long and difficult to read, and might as well just have a comment here. That's weird, Toulouse. I didn't see the Unicode for that. Did that show up in normal Twitch chat? No, it didn't. What Unicode character is that? This one. I can't, okay, there we go. What is that? Because it shows up as a 01F90F to me. Does that mean like I'm emote poor? I'm using a browser that doesn't know that character? Or a font that doesn't know that character? The most physics is classical physics, but you have not heard of anyone doing a PhD in it. Probably because not much has changed in it, right? Yeah. You could do your PhD in anything you want if you get support from your... Right, you have to get support from your like sponsors or supervisor, right? Exactly. That's what was intimidating to me. It's like if I went down that path, I'd have to like research something new. And like I'm just not good at that. Okay, so this one is okay, teleport players to the initial position if they're in the default zone when the game server starts. That's the lack of a Z key or a PZ key. Okay, this is teleport players to the initial position if they are in the default zone. Oh, thank you for that follow there. If they're in the default zone and marked gone when the game server starts, and then what was the other one that I was going to add? One. Let me go through these again. I need to hit all of the possibilities. Logged out and marked to. Oh, I know what it was. It was logged out and marked to be placed in a non-default zone. So let me take this, copy it, and paste it here. I need to get the names different too. I have to remember to do that. If they're in the logged out zone, a mark to be placed back into a non-default zone on login. Teleport players previously in non-default zone. Okay, now what's the name for this one? Teleport players How about say gone in default zone? Right. And then this one, gone. No, this is when they're. Do I have one gone non-default? No, of course not, because then we don't want them to change. I should have a test that they don't get teleported, shouldn't I? Yeah, I should have that. Say do not teleport players to the initial position if they are. Let's take this one. Not in the default zone and marked gone. Not in the default zone and marked gone on the players. This is the only case where we don't want to teleport. Actually, there's two of them, aren't there? Non-default zone and they're logged in. Well, let's hit all possibilities, right? Do not teleport players to the initial position if they are not in the default zone and not marked gone. Okay, they're radon 90. Okay. Names, right? Teleport players. No, this is do not teleport players in non-default. Okay. Present in non-default zone. And then this one was do not gone. Do not teleport players gone in non-default zone. Yeah, okay. So the do not ones, we should expect that nothing changes. Let's make sure that this is correct. So non the default zone means we put them somewhere. It doesn't matter where. How about 66? And they're not marked gone, so there's no gone flag. So then the position should not change. So 7, 9, and 66, right? And not gone. Actually, it should be that it's not even present. Oh, this is the wrong... Oh, zone and gone are almost the same word. I almost see them as the same. So this should be actually expect false that it's present. Position has a gone flag. And let's... Is that right? Yeah. Let's use that up here too. And this is where they're marked gone. So I would add a gone flag in a non-default zone, right? Key position gone, true. So they, actually, I do need that other line down here. So they're still gone, but they don't get teleported. All right, now working my way up from the bottom. I'm happy now that I'm doing these comments. I'm actually reading the comments and not that long, that insanely long name. Bachelor's degrees, do students need to make a final project? Not usually. At least that was my experience. But it might have changed. It's been a long time since I got my bachelor's degree. Maybe it's different now. What's a quantum system? I don't know. Quantum sounds like very, very small. Like units of matter or something like that. Yeah, Simuleos is a great stream if you haven't seen it. I hope I'm spelling it right. Let me make sure. Let me click the link myself to make sure I go to the right place. Yeah. Simuleos is a great stream because he talks about algorithms a lot. And a lot of the algorithms are based on scientific things. So check it out. All right. Logged out zone. So that's the Z, that's Z0. All right, so marked to be placed back is another key. And did I get rid of it? I might have. Yeah, no, I didn't. So there's a previous zone. So we'll put like some other number there, right? So here we actually we don't want to teleport them, right? Sorry, this is do not. Do not teleport players to the initial zone. However, we should migrate However, migrate the data to use the new gone flag instead of the previous zone field. Right? So instead of teleporting them, it's the same position in the world. So 17 moves to zone and marked gone now. That's what I want for that test. Okay. Default zone and gone, they get teleported. So that goes to 7. No. This position, 42, 17, and marked gone because they were in the locked out zone. Right. Oh, wait a minute. This is marked gone, so I need to change this to just gone true, right? Quantum is anything really, really small like an atom. I thought it was specifically that it was units, like individual units, like we talk about quantization, like the root of that, quant. I thought that was Latin for like elementary unit or something like that. But I could be wrong. I can accept that if that it might. I can accept that it means really, really small like an atom. Sure. Hey there, Romania hate. Sorry. Wonder why I say Romania. It's Romania, right? Moved from OneDrive to Nextcloud, deleted your entire OneDrive without thinking about your notes? Oh no! Do they have a backup? Something tells me OneNote might actually keep backup of deleted files. You might still be able to get it back. These days, OneNote's stuff is stored on OneDrive, yeah. You might be able to get it back, Merdium. They might keep a backup around. Thinking to write some integration tests? Good luck with that. That's always difficult, I find. Integration tests are tough. All right, let me review this. If they're in the default zone when the game server starts, are they in the default zone? Yes. They get teleported, but they're not gone. This should be false, that it has that. Okay, so we're from the very top. In locked out zone, marked to be placed up back into the default zone. So that's not this, is it? Oh no, it's if zone is 0 and previous zone is not present, then yeah, back to default zone they go. Hold on, I'm looking to see what that Unicode character looks like. Oh, it's a little hand thing? Okay. Yeah, it doesn't show up in the font that I used. Read that in my frequently asked questions that programming is my job. Well, I mean, right now I started my own company to do what I'm doing now, so it's technically my job, but you might think of it as just pursuing a life dream based off of savings that maybe might be a job if it gets me money later. Do you do any sort of investment programming? No. No, I don't. Right now I'm living, well, my wife works and I am supplementing that with a lot of savings. But thought about doing some consulting. So you're saying program for someone and in payment get the service or extra benefits from the service? I never thought about doing that. But I was thinking about like if I really needed to contribute more income, I would probably do consulting on the side. But really I'm pouring all of my time into this stream and the game I'm making because this is like probably my last opportunity to do this before I get too old. True that QM logic doesn't work. I don't know what you mean. Or we're talking about quantum stuff. Yeah, I shouldn't talk about the quantum stuff because I don't know anything about it. Previously, okay, so this is correct, right? Teleports and is marked gone. In the default zone, so that is this, so they are not gone, and they're teleported. Teleported If they're in the default and marked gone. Yes. Do not teleport if they're in the logged out zone and marked to be placed into non-default zone. This. Instead, fix the flags. Right. Technically, it is a teleport because the zone goes from 0 to 17, but I'm not going to call that a teleport. I'm going to call it a database migration. Do not teleport players gone in previous default zone. Or non-default zone. And marked gone. Right, so they're still gone. Nothing changes. And not marked gone. Correct. Okay, good. So a lot of these tests are going to fail now. You know, dude's like 70 or something, he makes mods. Yeah, but like, I think when I get to be 70, I'm just not gonna want to work at all. So it'll all be a hobby. Would I still work on this game? I guess so, but I don't know. I might have a harder time health-wise. Is this able to be ran like a demo? It's online. You can check it out right now. Yeah, I'm evolving this as a multiplayer game online, so there's a backend server online now, and going to my website, omniarania.com, will get the front end of the game into your browser, and then you control your character, or log in and control it that way. So you can think of the current game content as sort of like a demo, because there's no real game content. I'm still working on the game engine. So there's like an empty starter like town, and underneath it there are some sewers, and there's some monsters in the sewers, and they'll attack you, and you can attack them back. Here they are. No one's fighting them right now. So it's sort of a demo right now, I guess. Could think of it that way. Let's reset our position. Whoa. There's a little bit of a bug there. A click and drag bug I have. Only in the GM console. Alright. So let's watch and see all these red lights. Alright. The do not teleport works, but that's just a side effect. Actually, one of them was not right? Wait a minute. There was one where I wanted to migrate the data. Which one was that? This one. Oh, I forgot to put do not in front. How about migrate, but do not? There we go. Extremely long test name. What do you mean you're too old? Code till you're dead. I probably will be coding till I'm dead. Rally monkey. But I'd probably want to just not have that pressure of it, of needing to have an income. I'd rather just do it just for fun and then hang out and chat and not worry about making anything. I don't know if anyone would watch an old guy programming. Actually, I'm sort of proving that people would, because I'm much older than most people here, and people are watching me, so there we go. If you think I'm mumbling, it's probably because I am. Alright. The old people mumble. Did you know that? The older you get, the more propensity to mumble. The age comments, yeah. I like to make fun of myself. Old people do that too. In your opinion, if you enjoy programming, you're under doing it until you physically can't or mentally can't hold the information anymore? Yeah, you'd probably be right. I would accept that. You don't sound, look, or anything old, but you don't see the gray hair? Well, thank you, Flyken. I hope I'm saying your name right. Oh, and I forgot to say hi. I have a tool now that tells me who I've forgotten to wave to. So, oh, and it did the wrong one. Oh, because there are two people with names that start with F. Well, frankly, got an extra wave. And hi, Cthulhu. I wrote a little program last few days that one of the things it does for me is it tells me if I've forgotten to greet someone in my chat. Stepfather had gray hair at 17. I had one of my best friends started going gray when he was like 30. And he felt bad about it. I'm like, gray hair is a sign of wisdom. Did I wait for you? I thought I did. It shows that I did. Let me find where I waved. I must have, because the tool I wrote says I did. Yeah, I did at 11:20. Anakim Luke, I waved to you at 11:20. Never caught one of my streams? Oh, hey there, Thels. And in a minute, my tool's going to say, you need to wave at Thels. I'm kind of testing that tool on the side, too. Yeah, within what? And within 3 minutes, it will update and say, you forgot to wave to these people. Oh, thank you, by the way, for that follow. I'm saying a name, Flyken? Okay. At least I didn't say Fleekin. I see how some people would pronounce it that way. There we go. It says I should wave to Thels, so let me do that. Hey there, Thels. All right. Now to fix these tests. So we're doing some database migration, and it's player-based, so we're already looping the player. So we already took the hit of the copying the database. I need to clean that up during a refactoring step. Thank you for those other follows, by the way. What is this saying? If we have no character entity, continue. Let's swap this around and say if we have a character entity, we're gonna mess with it right there, right? And then we can do it at any point. Let's do it after. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do the right thing. I am going to instead of making this function really, really long, I'm gonna split this up into different migration steps. This one is migrate points player, correct? So then let's make this the function called migrate points. Migrate points. I probably will need more than just a player, but it's player record const, right? And there's migrate points. And why does that say it's not identified? I don't know. Is that because I need to declare this? No? Okay. Oh, it's realm server. Player record, yes. Okay. Oh, this is pulling things from an iterator. Okay, let's separate them. What's player first again? Int. Player ID. So then player second just becomes player. Hold on, let me do player first. That's player ID. And then I can replace all player second. Player. Yeah, I knew I needed game state. Game state. So this becomes game state player.first, player.second. Nice and clean. Can I give you a wave again? Okay, now you got two waves. You got one from me and one from Toulouse. I'm trying to think how to say your name. I'm gonna guess it's El Fideo Rubio. Hello, welcome to the channel or the stream, however you want to think of it. You have a guinea pig wave. Oh, that's so cute. I like the guinea pig wave. Hey there, Batcraft. I have a question. You want to learn programming without going to the university and study CS. Should I start with making games or websites? I think that you should start however you want to start, Zion 19. So I have a learn command that has my notes about it. So number one, I think you should kind of pick what you want to do. So if you like doing websites or you like games or you like puzzles or whatever it is, make it your goal to start programming in that area of what you enjoy doing, because your enjoyment of what your target is, like if you like games, making a game, it'll help motivate you to learn the programming and keep you going. Once you pick an area, what you'd start like programming language wise, I'd recommend something like Python or JavaScript, a newer language that has like a larger community, easier syntax, that kind of thing. You get it as a, what is this? Yeah, said who? There's a 0.0000000 0.01% chance of a coin turning into a unicorn. Yes, definitely. No problem, Zion. And I see my tool is helping me out. I would have missed this. Someone chatted. Yeah, Hemorrhage. Hi. I missed your chat, and the tool I wrote is helping me locate that. Talking about the default zone of DNS. No, my game has a so-called default zone because I started painting the world of my game before I had zones at all. And then when I added zones, I'm like, oh, the stuff I already painted, all of these entities in the game don't even have a zone identifier at all. So certain game features that require a zone entity don't work in this default zone. So I'm in the middle of migrating this stuff out. You learned with VB.net, and between languages you learned that. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter. If you have no idea where to start, I'd pick an easy language, something that you enjoy doing, yeah. Yeah, default Omnia Regna game zones, not DNS. Oh, I would not. Actually, that's not true. I was about to say I would never work on DNS on the stream, but I've worked on WebSockets, web servers, and hash functions, so it's conceivable at some point I might work on DNS on this stream. We'll have to see, huh? Okay, so now that I have this buttoned away, I can make another migration step, and then this will be really nice to read now. This will be migrate player positions, or migrate positions. Migrate position, right? So it's going to be a similar kind of thing. In fact, let me just do that. Position. And we will be getting the position component, whoops, of the player. And they're going to have one, right? Actually, it might be possible. Hold on. When is migrate game called? Oh. So technically, it's possible we might have people that don't even have positions in the game at all. So I should check that, right? Should I have a test for that? Yeah, let's have a test for that. Oh no, wait, no, I don't need to do that, because when they log in, then their position will be created, and it'll be in the initial position, because that's the stuff I did earlier. So I can just say, if there is no position component, return early. So if component.get type is JSON value type invalid, return. Otherwise, we have a valid position, and then we're going to look at the logged out zone, right? If component has, well, let me think about this. Fundamentally, we're teleporting them if they're in the default zone. How do we know that they're in the default zone? If they don't have a Z key. So if not component has realm server key position zone, then this is all old stuff. I'll keep it around though, because I need this code here sort of in a minute. Yes, but I thought you maybe had to set up a DNS to make the project even more difficult. Sometimes I make stuff more difficult for myself, but I think with the DNS, I did a good job, and I just have a simple setup in Route 53 or whatever it is in AWS, and I didn't bother to do a DNS server myself. Maybe someday though. Yeah, I laugh because a lot of the time I do make my work harder for myself because I'm doing stuff from scratch and not picking up people's libraries. And but usually it's just because I want to learn and have fun. And I don't know, I guess DNS doesn't sound fun to me. Actually, it's more that I really haven't had to directly include DNS functions in my game. It's more of something that's outside of my game, right? DNS is used to get to my game. Once you're at my game, we don't need DNS anymore. Okay, if there's no zone key, that means we're in the default zone. So we need to distinguish whether or not we're actually present in the game. Present in the game means there's no gone flag, right? If they are marked gone, we will move them. So let's just interpret the gone flag, shouldn't we? Const auto gone. And if it's present, it'll be false anyway. Key position gone. If they're gone, actually it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're gonna fill in the information here. Oh, I need to get the globals, and I really only want to get them once. So hold on. Scroll up. Let's get the let's get the globals once. So const auto globals is game state play not players components get entity components. Oh wait. Right. It was like let me just cheat and copy it. Yeah, it was this stuff. Yeah, exactly. Let's just do that again. Copy paste, there we go. Yeah, I just only want to do it once and then pass it in here. So how would I do this? I guess just all these variables. So just do this. X, Y zone. I wonder if we should give them real names. Initial player X, maybe. Initial player Y, initial player zone. Oops. That didn't work out so well. Multi-cursor sometimes don't work out, so, and I misspelled that. There we go. And this is too long, so let me do that. All right. This is betar. I know I misspelled that. We will fix that like that. Multi-cursors for the win. Thank you, Hemorrhage. You hated figuring out networking with Apache 2 and Ubuntu server with your friends' websites. You pretty much is back in, fixed issues, made new subdomains and everything manual. Then you found cPanel didn't need you. Feels bad, man. Flykin. Zoni? Fixed. Actually, I got a lot of bugs here, don't I? How did this happen? There we go. What's wrong with this one? Oh, because I didn't add those parameters. All right, we'll add those in a sec. Right here. Int. Yeah, I'm a little trigger happy. Actually, it's in general, it gets sloppy with the keyboard, and maybe it's just bad posture too. If I'm not completely like lined up in how I'm sitting, then I don't type very well. Hey there, TS Just, or is it TS Just? I was trying to follow along the correct pronunciation that Tim was going over with you, or you were going over with him. How are you doing? TS Just. All right, we're teleporting players to an initial player position now and doing it in a migration step, so to speak. So that's what I'm working on right now. Not Just, it's just Just, TS Just. Okay, I have no idea how to pronounce your name, so I apologize. Let me give it a try. Sopolepel. After a whole day embedded software programming, I used to do that stuff. And technically, I'm not doing game dev per se yet. I'm still working on an engine. But hello, how are you doing? Soup. Okay. Soup. What kind of embedded software programming are you doing? Because I used to do that stuff. That was cool. I used to, we were working on a project where we're trying to prove that we could use Wi-Fi instead of Bluetooth for the little earbuds that were really, really popular like 10 years ago. I don't know how many people still use them, but like you'd see people walking around all the time with these Bluetooth earbuds, right? For their phone. We were like, we could maybe try to do that with Wi-Fi. And so like I was in charge of, yeah, it was a Cortex. We used an M0, I think it was. But that sounds cool. Yeah, we used a Cortex M0 in our Wi-Fi earbud, and it worked. Although the product didn't go anywhere, it was like a proof of concept. It was fun to do. I was in charge of the team that did like a custom OS for it. We used like FreeRTOS, I think, and wrote a lot of low-level drivers for things like moving the audio between the Wi-Fi chip and the audio DAC, digital audio codec or converter. Hey there, Crumpet. How are you doing? Yeah, I remember that ARM Cortex infrastructure. That was cool. You love FreeRTOS? Nice. I loved it too. It was just the bare bones and not a whole lot of extra crud. So it was small and nice and did everything I wanted. We built a system on top of that. That was a lot of fun. All right. Thank you for that follow, by the way. Migrating positions in the game. All right, I needed to get the globals that had it, and I have them now. Right, so component realm, no, it's just X and Y, right? Is initial player X. And then Y is initial player Y, and then this one I want to have a key in here. Pardon my inconsistency. Sometimes I use strings and sometimes I use these keys. Really, I should probably use the keys exclusively, but I'll have to do like a refactoring step where I just search replace that everywhere in the game. And this is zone. Super lightweight, yes. Yeah, we fit it in very small amount of flash storage. Yeah, we were using a chip that had the flash built in. I guess a lot of them do, right? A lot of the embedded processors have a ARM Cortex CPU and peripherals and flash all built in. Those are the most fun. The entire computer is basically one chip, and then you just plug peripherals into it. All right, and I need to mark if it's gone or right. That's what I was going to do. If gone, then we're going to set this flag, but with a G instead of a Z. And then I have this convention where if it's false, we don't want it in there at all. So I'll just do that dot remove this key. Just to save space. The lack of the key means false. Did I get that right? I don't know. We can check. Oh, that I left this code in here because I want this part of the code there. Right, like that. And it is pause, not player. Cool. Let's see. My unit test will tell me if I got it right. Use a 128 megabit external flash to render sweet images, huh? Can't imagine how fun that was. So did you do the driver for it? Did you have to handle the erase cycle and the chart? What was it? You had to charge the thing to program it or something. There's a special programming and erasing sequences you had to do. Yeah, I remember that stuff a little bit. But then the last chip we used, it was all built in, so it wasn't so fun. It's like you flip a bit to tell it to erase a sector. It's like, oh, that's not fun. That's inside an if that checks if it does not have that flag. So I probably got it wrong. Well, if it doesn't have the zone, that means default zone, right? So we're doing a migration if they're in the default zone. If it has a position zone, they're not in the default zone. We don't want to teleport them. But I remember some of the migration steps were in the non-default zone, so I'm sure I'm going to fail some of these tests. Okay, we passed this one. This one I'm not passing Gone in default zone to initial position. Okay. If it's in 7-9 and marked gone. What was the result then? That it doesn't have the gone flag. Oh, I see. Oh, right. So the old way is if they're in. Wait a minute. No, this is true. Okay, let's debug this. Doesn't have a zone, right? Gone is true. Oh. Did anybody catch that? No one caught that? You would have got a free sweet point for saying, Raimu, you forgot the else. Toulouse, you're slipping, man. Kind of want to get into the C++ world soon? It's not for everybody, Soup. I like it just because I'm so used to it. If I were to start Scratch, I probably wouldn't do C++. I mean, everyone says to try Rust. I don't know if that's a meme or not, but I'd probably try a newer language. Something like that, right? Where am I? I'm back here. Run it again. Pass, yay. Okay, this one's failing. Let's look at this one. Zone 0. Okay, yeah. So if it doesn't have a zone, right, the alternative could be that there is a zone because they're logged out and there's no previous zone. So I can make this if clause more complicated, I guess. I really don't want to. I don't wanna. Actually, let's see how bad it would look. It's either that or something else. So the something else is this case where the zone is 0. So int component zone is 0. And there's no previous zone. So not component. Just take this. Copy, paste. Not component has previous zone. So they are in the logged out zone with no previous zone flag. That means they're logged out from the default zone. It's really complicated. You see why I'm trying to get rid of these logged out and default zones? Because it leads to this complicated logic. All right, so what will it do? It's just going to teleport them, right? And it's going to do the right thing? No, because gone would... Okay, so gone could also mean that. Let's take that out, actually. I'm thinking of moving gone outside of here. No. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time thinking of the logic here. It's either that flag is present or again or this clause here. I mean, I guess I could just repeat myself. I can just say that or and then paste that. But then I just have some duplicated code there. Do I want that? I guess I could compute it once, right? So what would that be? Const auto current zone. Is that? Hold on. No. In logged out zone? In logged out zone. But that's only if the key is present. Actually, we can, it's actually very specific. In default or logged out zones. That's exactly what it is. Right? And then I can just say that in 2 places down there. If there's no zone flag, or we're in the default or logged out zones and we don't have a previous zone, gone is, it's either marked or we're in a default or logged out zone. We've already established that we're not in the logged out zone if that's, yeah, okay. I think this is fine. A little confusing, but I bet it'll work. See, it's a Monday. On Tuesday, I'll look back at this and say, what the heck was I thinking there? And I'll clean it up. Yeah, so it's passing the test. It's just not maybe coded the cleanest it could be. Okay, I'm failing something though. Migrate, but do not teleport players previously in non-default zone. Okay. I think this is just an extra step that I want to have. Yeah, it just didn't do anything, did it? I bet it skips this completely. Yeah, I bet if I debug that, it just skips this completely. Yep, alright. So maybe it would be a different migration step, would probably be more appropriate, right? Yeah, let's do migrate. Technically, what is this? Migrate the data to use the new gone flag. All right, okay, that's exactly what. So we'll say migrate gone flag. Gone flag. Actually, we'll be getting it twice. Do I care about that? I've already gotten it once. I'm tempted to just build it into this thing, like as an else. No, it's gonna make it harder to read for no real good reason. Migration is like not time critical. Yeah, let's just copy this stuff and paste it here for now, and then let me call it up here. Where is it? Right here. Migrate position, migrate gone flag. All right. The gone flag is where the zone is 0 and previous zone is whatever it is, right? Well, non-default. Okay. It's actually specifically this. If that, and it has a previous zone, that's what it is. If we're in the logged out zone and we would log into a non-default zone, then I'm not teleporting them. Actually, then I don't need this stuff. Just end there. And we're not changing this. We're just doing, okay, we're gone. So I could just set that to true, right? And then I want to move the, oh, we're just moving the key, aren't we? So component that equals the other. This one. And then we're setting this to true. Yep, there we go. And done and done. Okay. Back here. Run. Yay, it passes. Run all the tests. Make sure I didn't break anything. I broke something. What did I break? Teleport players in default zone. It turned into gone. Yeah, we shouldn't be marked gone. Okay, what happened here? How did this... Okay, I must... Okay, this is a good thing I have unit tests, so that shouldn't have happened. I'm gonna guess it's this code in here that's wrong. Okay, I didn't need that at all. No, it wasn't that. Okay. Anyway, I didn't need this bit of code. So it's not there. It's this previous stuff that's bad. Interesting. Okay. Let's debug. That is true. Is that correct? Yeah, we're in the default zone. Gone should not be true. Oh, okay. I had a feeling that this was bad. Yeah, okay. I need to redo this. I shouldn't do that. It's if it's present. Okay. I need to set, okay, the zone field may or may not be there, and if it's there it might be 0. So I should just have another thing. Const auto zone field present. And that is this stuff. And then this should be we're in the logged out zone. If zone field is present and it's 0. So if the zone field is not present, because we're migrating the position. Okay, this I need to make more specific. We're migrate out of default zone, right? Migrate out of default zone. So if zone field is not present, we're in the default zone. Right? Not completely. That's what this clause is. So this clause is where we're in the logged out zone and we don't have a previous zone. Yeah, exactly. So we're gone if either that flag is set, or if it's not set, then if the previous zone why is this so hard for me? It's two things, right? It's actually that. Am I calculating that twice then? Oh no, it's just this, right? In the logged out zone. We're either gone or in the logged out zone. There we go. Nailed it. Hopefully nailed that and didn't break something else. This is why we have unit tests. Make sure everything passes, not just the one thing. Yay! We did it. We did it. Okay. That is this. So some additional ones. Remove some obsolete properties. We can do that, right? We have this nice framework here where we have like migrations. So let's just add a migration. Migrate old pause fields. And then migrate old tile fields. There we go. Yes, add and pass. Now onto these ones. Void that. Whoops. Hit a keyboard slip, and that happens. And then this one. Okay, I am misclicking left and right. I need to be careful and slow on the keyboard and not do that so much. Hold pause fields. Yeah, so return if we don't have a position. Should we just see if if either field is present, remove them both? If component has, I don't even think I have a key for this. It's like OX and OY. Yeah, they're like really, really old. there's some stuff in the production database that has this still. Like if I click on what was it? Yeah, all this stuff. Like they don't need to be there. Ox. If it has an ox or an oi, then we're just removing them. And writing it back. And then tile fields. So instead of pause, it is tile. Okay, and what was the tile field? It was this moved flag, right? I'm not using that anymore. Do I have a key for that? Probably not. Yeah, it predates this stuff. Let me just copy this much of it. Well, never mind. Just write it fresh here. Component has moved. Component remove moved. And write it back. And I just realized I wrote the code, but I didn't have any tests for it. So let's do that. Just do it in one unit test. Let's say remove obsolete pause, and how about remove obsolete fields on game start? This would be a component field. I guess we could list them here. Pause OX. Remove these obsolete fields from components. And then the other one was tile, right? Moved. Do the right documentation thing and like do that. Or is it better to have minuses? I don't know. Nothing. Neither one seems better than the other at the moment. All right, so I don't need globals. It really doesn't matter about this. I just need to have some kind of entity, right? I don't need a player to be associated with the entity. Yeah, I don't need this stuff. Here I need the entity though. And I'm gonna have a tile and a pause. And we'll put in something that tile has. ID, sure. So we'll give it ID 42, and then we'll put in the obsolete field, which is moved. And then pause, same kind of thing. So we have some stuff a position normally has, and then we'll have a OX 8 or something. OY 10, I don't know, doesn't matter. Publish a new term entry, which triggers the game start migration stuff. So this will be entity, and we're going to get both of them, the position and the tile. And yeah, we're essentially expecting false that it has these fields anymore, right? Doesn't have OX or OY. And the tile doesn't have the moved. There we go. Run it. Fails. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that didn't work. Oh, wait. I know how I screwed it up. This only was doing it for players. So that's different. We want to do it for all... Ooh. Can I do it with... Do I have a visitor pattern? Players with... No, not players. Components... Oh, there we go. That's what I want. With components of type. So I need to split it then. Oh, no, I already have it split between pause and tile. Okay, good. I got to be careful about this, though, because we're not supposed to mutate the list of components from this function, because I think this loops through it. Yeah, so, well, actually, it's not going to add or remove any values, so we can mutate it technically, right? I think we're okay mutating just the value but not the keys. Okay, so it wants the function. Don't need any context. The function, the visitor function, will be basically the same as the tooltip is telling me. That's the visitor, and then the type is pause. Actually, I'm going to call this, I'm going to need a this, aren't I? Unless, maybe I can make these static. Oh, these need game state. Okay. But do I need anything from this? Can I make that static? Actually, not this one. Let's hide that. Yeah. Can I make that static? Let me see. I will need game state, though. I don't need... Yeah. So can I just do it with game state? Give me a reference, please. Can I just say migrate old pause fields game state? And I don't need the other fields, right? The player ID or player. I think that'll work, right? Let me see. And this, oh, I need an entity. Yeah, I need an entity. Int entity. Because that takes the place of that. And that. Hey there, Testin. And Mars Raptor. My tool tells me that I should say hi to you as well. How are you fine folks doing? Migrations. My migrations give me migraines. Oh, look at that nice hay. I like that emote. Cool. Yeah, so I'm adding database migration, so to speak. I don't really have a real database. It's more like large structures with JSON objects in them. But I have old fields like OX, OY, and moved and all that stuff in the production data, and I just want to kind of, I'm putting in some code right now while have the opportunity. I'm doing other migrations anyway to just strip those fields out, and that'll happen whenever the game server starts. So when I basically push the next version of the game into production, when I start the game server, it'll do it at that moment. Oh, I was gonna, yeah, to see if we can call that. It needs the entity, right? Oh, and I already have the component. Oh, that's sweet. Can I just pass it by value? Let's see. That would be sweet if I could pass it by value, and then I wouldn't need to do that. So JSON object and component. So one of the few times I ever pass something by value like that. And that has to be a value. Yes. Oh, sweet, it works. So I don't need to do that. And then I'm going to do the same thing for tile. Because it's independent of players also, right? So there's no 4, is there? I don't know why I have a 4 in there. This is migrate old tile fields. So we'll do the same thing. Migrate old tile fields will have these parameters and it'll be static because we don't need a this. Aren't you glad, Nui, that I whitelisted you? You would have just been banned. How come you're showing up as I haven't said hi to you? Oh, wait a minute. Have you not chatted the entire stream, or did my tool get confused? Interesting. I have a bug in my code, I guess. It thinks I need to wave at you. Well, I guess I'll have to go along with it and just wave. That's weird. I waved at you earlier, and now my tool on the window you can't see says you need to wave to Nui again. Oh, is that what happened? You chatted before the stream? Aha. Okay, gotcha. Well, hi, Nui. What's that thing for keeping track of who to wave at? It's a secret project that I'm working on. It's no longer really secret because I've mentioned it a few times, but I wrote a program in Windows that I run that's sort of helping me keep track of chat a little bit. It has a few features in it. So the one feature I've been missing a lot is if someone chats and I don't see them chat, then I wanted to like kind of highlight that, oh, there are these people that you haven't acknowledged yet in chat. So it does that. But since it's monitoring chat anyway, I have to do a few other things like it will track how long you've been watching. If I have certain things there. Oh, there's playing with scissors. You're breaking all the new rules. Playing with scissors. Would appreciate this. I have a feature in the app where if I turn it on, then if your account is like less than a week old, it will time you out. And I can basically I just turn that on anyway, just to prevent the certain kinds of bot attacks. So that's we haven't had any people who have had super new accounts recently, but yeah, I had to add that to the rules. And also, when the bot does the timeout, it says, "Sorry, we're timing you out because of this problem." Appreciate it? No, baby rage. Well, but I needed more stuff anyway, so I needed I needed the program anyway for other reasons. You stole the idea that I stole the idea that you stole from Adam. Yeah. Well, great minds think alike. No. Well, it's if you chat, because what happens most of the time for when a new account chats, we've found in my channel and a few others that they're usually trolls or bots. But I can turn it off, right? If we had too many false negatives, I would just turn the thing off. I have a little checkbox. I would just turn it off and apologize and untime out everybody. That's the other thing too. It tracks who is timed out and banned, and I can see that in my little window here. Also, I have sometimes I want to like I'm not sure if an account is a bot or not, so I'll flag it like it's potentially a bot, and then if I see them chat, it's like, okay, they're not a bot. But if they never chat and they're always in the channel, even when I'm not streaming, I'm like, that's probably a bot, right? It's Tina's, so we'll have to just credit it's Tina for the idea. Yeah. Account created 10 seconds ago. Yeah. So I can adjust the age threshold too. So right now I have it at 1 week, but if I wanted to, I could make it like 10 seconds or 1 day or 1 hour or whatever I want, right? Okay, this is entity. If I could type correctly. Mostly I just wanted a tool to remind me of who I forgot to wave to, because that's just something I've gotten into a habit of doing. And I don't want anyone to feel left out. You can add your sentiment bot to the list. What's a sentiment? Sentiment. Oh, one idea would be when you do the lurk command, that I can have my tool actually mark that you're lurking, and so that like it doesn't, maybe it would remind me not to call you out because you're lurking or something like that. I don't know. I hardly ever need that anyway. It would just be nice to require manual moderation for new account messages. I wish that there was a Twitch API for that. Right now, you either time them out or you don't, unless you're using the built-in Twitch thing where like it can hold something for moderation. Wish we had an API for that. Am I done? Oh, I just needed to delete this. There we go. It looks nice. Oh, hit the wrong key. Redefinition of form of lumber. Okay, yeah, I did do that. That's my bad. We don't need that anymore because we're already giving it to us. Actually, and then we don't need this because it will never be invalid. So I can drop those completely. Isn't that nice? I can drop those completely. You'll have a sentiment bot running, scoring the general conversation. It'll have an extension you can use to have the score on your channel. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. That sounds a lot more advanced than the stuff I was doing. So I'll leave that in your capable hands. Unless you have like the code already written and it's open source, and then I might leverage it. So it's sort of like a rudimentary machine learning, figuring out if the chat is what are the right adjectives? Toxic, non-toxic, that kind of thing. Leverage, steal, same thing. If it's free, we're not stealing. All right. Let's run the tests again. Wait, how? It forgot all the tests I ran before? Okay, fine. Cool. All right. We're all passing. So move the logged out zone fix from login to server start migrations. Okay. Yes. So if I did it on login, that means it's an executor on the do I have a bookmark for migrate? Okay, I have a bookmark there, but let's put more. Oh no, I don't. That's a breakpoint. We don't want the breakpoint there. Do I have a bookmark here? Yes. So I have a bookmark there. Right character position? No, we don't need that one marked. Okay, yeah, let's keep that mark. Keep that one. All right, good. So it would be on player logged on player logged in. Oh, this is if it's a new account. Yeah. Okay, where's the fix? Oh, it must be somewhere else. Oh, it's in this else here. Move the log. Aha, this is what it is, right? No, this is, okay, this is log them in. Oh, so it's not really the same fix then. In fact, I just wouldn't need to do that anymore. Yeah, I can just remove all of this, I think. Well, I need that. I can remove that though. I think that's it. It's this code that moves. So let me put a marker here so I don't, so if I need to, I can come back to that. But I should do the unit test first also. Why is there still a Twitter widget? It's just I gotten lazy and haven't posted to Twitter. I should just post to Twitter. I've just been lazy. It didn't stick with me. I should give you a point for reminding me of that. Reminder to post stream status plans to Twitter. You know what I'll probably do is do it once a week or something like that. My bot could do it. I don't know how I feel about having a bot post to Twitter. I don't know if I like that. I'd rather just do it like once a week. Say, this week, here are some things I'll probably work on. Or this week, I have no clue what the heck I'm going to be working on. But join me anyway. Actually, if I remove this code here, that's going to screw up a lot of my tests. But actually, that might be a good thing. That might be a good thing. So I might already have something here that will fail for me, and then yeah, okay, that's good. We're just making another migrate test then. Thank you for that follow. Hello, C++ is not on your bucket list as of now. Yeah, don't bother putting that on your bucket list. I'm like I used to say, word scrambled, brain scrambled. Hold on a second. Like I've been saying earlier, I only use C++ because I'm used to it. Maybe C++ has scrambled the speech center of my brain. Could be. I wouldn't recommend picking up C++ now if, in general, because there are newer and cleaner languages out there. Only pick up C++ if the field you want to get a job in or something requires it, or if you enjoy that languages in general, or you want to modify an existing C++ code. It's old. It's got warts. There are newer and better languages. I mean, C is still useful for embedded stuff, and maybe you could argue C++ is good for embedded programming, but you probably don't need it. Probably just stick with C. PHP is where the future's at. Depends on what you're programming, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I just use it because I'm used to it. Okay, I think I'm going to take this and copy it just because I want a shell of a test. What are we going to call it? Let's do a comment first in full sentences. Move player character entities out of the logged out zone on and instead mark them as gone when the game starts. So how do I say that in one snake case or camel case word? Move players out of logged out zone and mark gone at game on start. All right. Actually, I don't really want the contents of this test. I want one where we were setting up a player. Yeah, like this. Don't need globals though, but I would like to have this other stuff. So let's take that test and copy it. And I don't need globals because they're not in the default zone. This is logged out zone. Logged out zone is position zone 0. And we're already going to be taking care of the default zone, so this will be a non-default zone, right? 42. Wait a minute. Didn't I just do this? Am I just getting myself confused? Yeah, didn't I do this with migrate gone flag? Whoops, what did I click there? I clicked something weird. I think I clicked the, this is the get lens screen. Yeah, that's what I clicked. Like the get lens bar. Yeah, I already did this. What am I doing? What am I doing? So I already did this as part of that. Okay, so I don't need this test at all. So, well, that's weird. Shouldn't that have broken a bunch of my other tests then? I was about to delete more than just one thing. A bunch of my other tests should have just failed when I did that. Previous zone. Yeah, like stuff like this. That's on logout. Yeah, but on this mobilize, this should be changed. Yeah, this shouldn't pass anymore. Why is this still passing? Hold on. I don't understand something. It should have hit that code there. It's not even hitting that code. Why not? Oh, wait. No, it's marked as a character. Oh, there's no player component. Okay, that's messed up. I bet if it had a null player component, it would fail. I betcha. Hey there, New York. And don't pay? How are you guys doing? Recently did a small GNOME file manager plugin. Oh, that's cool. Not bad. No, that's good. I bet you that'll break the test. No, it doesn't break the test. What the heck? It should have run into... Oh, wait. It's not enough to mobilize. We have to publish this with a non-zero term, and I never set the term on that. So if I were to set the term on that, it would break it, wouldn't it? Term 1. If that doesn't break it, I'll be really, really confused. Yeah, it's broken. Okay. It's surprising that that more of my tests didn't break. Okay, well. This is the new one I was in the process of making, right? Yeah. Well, actually, that captures it. Did I complete this? No, I didn't. We'll just keep this test, but make sure that all the other tests don't break in weird ways. By going through, we should set the term 1 on everything, I think. Yeah. All right. So I don't care about points. Right. And they're in the logged out zone. So we'd expect them to be... Do I care about X and Y? Not really. The zone will be 42. The gone will be true. And there will be no more previous zone, so expect false position dot has this old guy. And that's it. So this should already work. I just need to go back and fix the other tests, and then like any test that might break later out of sensitivity. Okay, it doesn't even work. It still has that key. Interesting. I thought I fixed that. Oh, I never did. It's supposed to remove that key, and it didn't. Aha! Let's fix that. Component dot remove previous zone. Let's do that. So it like moves it, copies, and then removes from the old position. I should probably get up and stretch in a minute. Okay, this one I broke, right? On purpose, I made that sensitive. Right key? Thank you. Yeah, see, this did a migration when it wasn't expected to. Well, thank you for that follow. Not moved to logged out zone on log out if already there. Okay, yeah, this test makes no sense because we've obsoleted that entirely. So I probably should just search for that key and just remove any tests that have that as the initial condition because it's no longer applicable, right? Or just change the meaning of it. Character not moved to logged out zone. We can keep that. It's sort of silly though. I'm not gonna. There's no point of it. Let's just remove it. The test makes no sense anymore because we're getting rid of the logged out zone. Move to non-default zone on login when in default zone previously. Wait a minute. Oh, when in non. Yeah, okay. That's just the old way of doing it. It'll get migrated to what does it say here? Yeah, okay, so that's fine. That one's fine. Not moved from logged out zone on login when not yet consented to policy. Okay, this is different. I think we do want to migrate the data, so I want the migration to be kept separate, but if you haven't consented to the policy, it's that the gone flag will still be marked true. So let's... I don't want to mix the two things together, but then I sort of do need to. Let's duplicate this test and have one with it, where it shows the migration, but it's still marked gone. The other one where it's still gone. So character still marked gone. Still marked gone on login when not yet consented to policy. So here, zone 42, but then let's set it to the gone to true. And they haven't consented to the latest privacy policy and all that stuff, so this would be still 42, but hold on, need a comma there. Expect true that it's gone. Let's take that and do const auto pause equals that, and then we can just say pause. And then pause realm server key position gone. And yeah, okay. This one should change. Okay, to make sure it changes correctly, I need these should all have a term of 1, really. And is that right? What was the other thing I needed to make sure I did? I forget. Oh, it's that the player has to have a player component. There we go. Hey, there's someone on 5209, Mr. VIP. And Enderpro, how are you doing? Enderpro, welcome. I recognize Enderpro from another stream that I have hosted a bunch in the recent past. Okay, what didn't build here? What did I screw up here? Oh, I forgot to customize. These have to have different names. Okay, this is that they're not still marked gone, right? Oh, wait a minute. Did I copy it twice? What did I do here? What did I do? Did I copy it twice by mistake? Oh, oops. What did I do here? Come on. That's all an add? I added twice? Oh, you're right, Code and More. Let me go fix that. One of those steps that I sometimes forget to do, and I award people a point if they tell me that I didn't do it. Hold on a second. I got a DM. Okay, cool. All right, no worries. Let me go to the stream plan. Say, I'm continuing my work from Friday today. That's essentially what I'm doing. There we go. Thank you for pointing that out. All right. And in a few minutes, it should... Yeah. All right, never mind. I'm in this habit now when I'm streaming to speak everything out loud. And really, I don't need to say everything. Hey, thank you for that follow, by the way. 2 point, yeah. Well, actually, you probably have more points that are lost. That when I migrate the latest code, it'll fix it. There's a bug in the point system, so you might have more points. Yeah, it's likely you have more that are hidden inside the game that need to be migrated when I run the migration script. Hey there, Cthulhu. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. No, you were here before. Why are you waving again? Oh, you just have the 2? Okay. 715-209 I know has more points than that. All right, anyway, let me not get too distracted here. I think I might have modified the wrong test, or I copied it twice. I think I copied this twice. Oh, wait, no. Actually, it looks like I did copy it twice. Why did I do that? Gone true. Oh, I already had a test for this. That's the problem. Okay, then I didn't need to do this ad. Okay, let's remove it then. I didn't need it. I already had a test. It had exactly that name in it. Interesting. Yeah, because it doesn't show a diff there. But I should go through these and make the term 1. Actually, this one doesn't matter. Yeah, okay, that one doesn't need to be migrated. Well, it makes me think that when I should just go set it to 1 for everything. I want to do it now or later. That's the thing. I didn't say hi to Code and More though. My tool's like, you need to wave to Code and More. So there we go. Fix that. I just did send it, yes, Rally Monkey, because someone told me I forgot. So I fixed that problem. This expectation's wrong. Oh, yeah. This one I wanted to migrate, but have it still marked gone. Yeah. So this is what I want, really. There we go. Yeah, it wasn't that it was delayed. It was just I forgot. Cool. All right. Let me go back to searching for this previous zone thing. My reasoning was I can get rid of this now, right? Because the migration should have taken care of it. So let me delete the code. Or comment it out at first. I need to, if I do that, I need to remember to delete it if it's working. Okay. What's this? This is the migration stuff, right? That's cool. Actually, if we do that first, then I can simplify this code, can't I? Huh. Think about that in a minute. Let's make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, yeah, it's in these tests. Move to non-default zone when in non-default zone previously. Wait a minute, why is that there? That shouldn't be there. It should be that the flag is missing. Oops. Thank you for that follow. That's a problem. The gone was supposed to be removed if you're gone, if you're not gone. Moved. Marked. Okay. I mean, I guess I can keep that in there, but this has to have. Oh, I keep doing that wrong. This has to make the term one to force the migration. Okay, technically the name of this needs to be changed. How about marked gone on logged in? Marked gone on login when in logged out zone, but not yet consented to policy. Yeah. Not moved on password reset. Okay, but this again, right, we should, realistically, there'll be a migration. I keep doing that. It's the journal entry that has the term. And so it's not moved on password reset. It should just be marked gone on password reset when not yet, when in logged out zone and not yet consented to policy. So there will be a migration, which means I need to copy from here. They're marked gone still. This code. Right. Yeah, now that's a variable. Yeah, so what I've started to do for some of these newer tests is put comments above them. Oops, I lost my place. Huh. Anyway, yeah, the names of my tests are ridiculously long, so I've started putting comments here to explain. I'm working on it. I'm not so good with names. Okay, next. Was in logged out zone. Right, so this one again, the term needs to be incremented. Term. And this gone should not be there, right? Policy consent, not latest version. Yeah, we should just not do it this way. It should be 42 gone true. And then the same expectation here. Wait, that's not quite right, is it? Okay, I'll fix it. It's zone 42 gone true. Alright, now which one are we on? Wasn't logged out zone. Good. Migrate but do not teleport. Okay, yeah, this is the migration test. Okay, so I think this might work. If it doesn't work, then that means I broke something. You have the same problem with names that are long? Okay, what's broken here? It actually has a zone flag. Character moved to default zone on login when in default. Okay, yeah, that test is invalid now, right? Because if they're in the default zone when they log in, they will have been migrated. Yeah, so this test is invalid. I delete this test. We're changing the requirement so that is no longer a valid requirement. Move to non-default zone and log in when default zone previously. Now, why did this break? Actually, that's an interesting bug. When I delete a test, it combined the headers for both tests. Why did this one fail? Gone is true. Why? Yeah, why? Guess we'll follow through that. It'll be a login thing, right? Clear the old, hold on. Clear the old breakpoints. Okay, and it'll be on player logged in, right? It should remove the gone flag. Where do we do that? Here. Actually, it shouldn't do that. It should have... Yeah, let me just fix it. It should do a remove gone flag. If I can spell remove correctly. But I'm guessing it's still broken because it was still true, right? So let's see why. Debug. Well, it looks like it would have done the right thing there. Wait a minute, we got here twice? Why did it go there twice? That didn't make sense. Let's see why. Stack trace, please. Okay, I understand that one. Then the second one? Wait a minute, are there two players? No? Why do we get player logged in twice? Is it... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Is the test doing a No, hold on. I don't understand then. They consented to the latest policy, so they're doing on player logged in. Okay, now how do we set it? How do we hit that a second time? Oh, wait, I think I might know. Yeah, it's doing the snapshot state. That's why. Okay, that's fine. So it will hit it twice, but why is it not the correct results, though? The correct... How is this gone flag set to true? We removed it. So how did it get set to true? Character. Actually, let me peek at this test. What did this test expect? Yeah, this isn't true either. Is this one working? And yet, no, this one's also not working. Oh, because the expectation's wrong. Okay, let me find that flag in the tests. All the ones where we expect false, I should just delete them. There's one. There's two. Yeah, I don't know why I ever kept the flag but set its value to false. That's like a waste of space in the encoding. They should just all be like, if it's present, it should be true. If it's not present, it means false. Okay. All right. Okay, this is wrong. Oh, no, it's the has, right. Okay, never mind. Correct. Okay, good. Uh-oh. So much pressure, 715-209. What will be your 666th message? It's LUL. No, it's dark mode. Oh, I knew it. Dark mode. That's sort of random. How'd you know? How did you notice that playing the scissors? You're looking at the viewer cards? All right. I said I would stand up and stretch about 15 minutes ago, and I never did. I know playing with scissors is the most what's the word? Not conscientious, or is it conscientious? What does conscientious mean? I need to look this up. Define conscientious. Is this the word I want? Wishing to do what's right, especially to do one's duty. I guess so, yeah. I think playing with scissors is one of the most conscientious mods. Thorough? Yeah. Thorough? Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah. I knew which word you meant to write. Yeah, throughout and thorough, very similar. Yep. Cthulhu, you're waving at me again, but you've been here a while. You're messing with me. unless the wave is a goodbye wave. All right. Yeah. Why is this breaking? Yeah, we're back to this one. Why is this broken? I don't understand. Oh, there's another one broken too. Anyway, this one first. They log in, so why is it still marked gone? I don't know. So debug, I guess. Right. It must be happening after this, so let me keep going here. Interact, chat tabs, camera. I mean, it's... Oh, wait a minute. Oh. Why is it going into here? Is it teleporting me because it thinks I'm in the default zone? Let me think. Probably not points, but it might be doing this. Let's see. Ooh. This is broken. Oh, shoot. It's migrating after the login. That's not good. That is pretty bad. Okay. It's doing this migrate game after it executed the command. Yeah, that's not good. We need to do that before we execute the command. I'm glad I caught that. That needs to be done before the command. Almost, Cthulhu. This will actually teleport everyone out of it, so then I can just go and just demolish it. Once I push it to production, everyone gets moved. Yeah. Then it'll be impossible for anyone to be there. And we can just demolish it. That's the plan. Or if we keep this default zone, it'll be like in a special numbered zone, and mostly just for, I don't know, nostalgia. Cool. All right. I'm glad I found that, because that would have been a tricky issue. Well, that would only really be a problem that the very first thing the server did was a login command, which is basically impossible in the production. But it's still nice to have that corner case caught. Okay, everything's working. That means, what does that mean? That means I think all of this is done. That means I can do this. So, well, let's just test it. I want to make a backup copy of my test environment before I do this, because it's going to do the migration, right? It's going to move everyone out, so hold on. Let me switch tabs here. In here, let me get a default, a snapshot of the game, and stop the game, and let me grab a copy of that. Stage, game snapshot. So I just have a copy just in case things go horribly wrong, and then we'll run the game, and then we should get all of the players moved out of the default zone. Did it change the way water looks? No. It looks kind of funny on stream sometimes because of the encoder. It's probably the encoder. The Candanal is just a placeholder. On the real production, I called the world Primus, or the first. If it was the second world, it would be Secundus. It's just a placeholder for the world, so it's leaving it open so that I can have multiple worlds loosely connected, and each world is its own raft cluster. So that way the orchestrator of the whole game could be talking to multiple clusters at some point, and each cluster has got a name. So within my configuration file, I have the same thing. It's separated by... actually, I think I call it realm. So each realm is a raft cluster, and it has to have a name. So that's what it is. In the test environment, that's a Kundanal, a random word. Okay, we reconnected? Reconnected, but I don't think the camera is working. Okay, I didn't move NPCs, but that's fine. But it looks like it actually moved the player that was there before. Yeah, player 14 is now there. Cool. So I think it worked. What was the other thing? Oh, I wanted to see did it get rid of all of the OZs, OXs, and OYs? Yeah, so there's no more OX, OY, or mood flags. Nice. It did it. It did it, chat. What's a craft disease? Can't remember a freaking thing? Yeah. Ooh, I missed a bunch of chat. Check my app. Cthulhu, what app do you want me to check? Does it say you have to wave to you? No. I don't have to wave to you. It knows. It knows that you've chatted that I waved to you since you first chatted today. Yeah, I waved to you. Like, a while ago. When did I wave to you? Thank you for that follow. Let me see. I haven't waved to anyone in a while. Okay. Let me look. It was at 11:48, Cthulhu. Well, even if you leave and come back, the thing is that you chatted. I figured if you leave and come back, I shouldn't be pointing that out. It's if you chatted at all since my stream started. Now you could say, "Hey, I'm back," and then I'll wave at you again. It's if you want to. But I didn't really think of that actually until just now. All right, everything is migrated, so technically I don't need this anymore. You know what I should do is have the GM just go to the whatever I call it, initial player position automatically, and then I can just get rid of this zone and get rid of this button. Before I do that, Bob will get lost if we don't transport him somewhere. So let's take Bob. Hey there, Bob. Let's put him somewhere. Let's go to Lonely Island and put Bob in the Lonely Island. There's Bob. He'll just hang out here for a while. And is there anything left here that we want to keep? A bunch of teleporter tests, but I don't necessarily need them anymore. Yeah. Well, I have these weird things. When I delete this, the dialogue goes with it. What about this one? Yeah, these dialogues go with them. In fact, what if I delete this, for example? That bridge will disappear, right? That's a bug, by the way. That shouldn't happen. It shouldn't show that glyph still. It should be gone like that. And if I go back to here, yeah, it's gone forever. Gone forever? No! Remove, yes. Remove, yes. And then now that's gone. I can't remove death. Bob is saved. So we can just... It's like the never-ending story, the nothingness. It's creeping over the land. Oh no, the nothing. Okay, that right there is a depth 1 tile. It didn't get removed. And there's another one. Yeah, I think I'm just going to manually do it. In the future, I might need a tool to do mass migration or deletion of zones. I'll just do that later. This is fun enough. Just wipe these from existence. Just delete all these entities like they never existed. My game is getting smaller as we speak. The nothing. Oh, what happened? Oh, that's interesting. Did I get disconnected? Message frequency exceeded? I didn't think that applied to the GM. Okay, I have a bug then. Command max frequency limit should not apply to the GM. That's a bug. Interesting, it doesn't actually... Oh no, it just lagged. I can't delete too fast now, or I'll get disconnected again. Banned, yeah. It only IP bans you, and that's really not a... It's not a permanent ban, it's a rate limit thing. It prevents you from coming back into the game for like a minute or something like that. I forget the time period I set. And is there something there? There is. Yeah, the fact that it doesn't remove that sprite is a bug. Whoa. Click and drag bug. To get that tree in a minute. The nothing is creeping over the land. Okay, goodbye tree. Whoop. Did I get disconnected again? I did. 2 times I'm banned. Remove tree. And there's something there too. and something there. Clicking too I'm deleting the world too fast. Nothing creeps too fast, I get disconnected. There's not much left to the default zone, that's for sure. Vanishing into the nothing. Alright, then is there anything there? Yes. Remove that. Nothing there, nothing there. Remove that. I don't think anything is left. Nothing is left. It's all gone, my friends. And I should probably remove that teleporter that happens to be there, because that goes back into the nothing. Okay, gone. Now there's no way out of this cavern. So Bob and player 14 will find that they can't escape back to that default zone because it doesn't exist anymore. Well, it only affects me, Cthulhu. It's the GM. I have to follow the rules too. Yeah, I probably should have just written a script that went through and just removed all entities that had positions that are in the default zone, right? Okay. Yeah, so let me take a snapshot, and the game should be smaller now. So if I do dir, and then dir stage game snapshot. Yeah, it's gone from 700K to 440K, so it really did remove the data. Good. Okay, let me change. One problem I have right now is the GM camera starts in the default zone, which doesn't exist. So that I need to obviously change. I think what I want to do is have it fetch these globals, get this initial player position, and set the camera there. Yeah. So this is front end work, right? Actually, I should go ahead and check in the back end work that I did. The only problem with making it manual is that there could be some tile. Yeah, there might still be something in there. So I might just want to write a script that crawls through the data and sees if there's anything that got leaked. Same thing with items. I'm sure there are items that got created in the game that like there are no more references to, that they sort of fell through the cracks in the world and are disappeared. That we probably need to clean them up too. Okay, I commented that out and did not delete the code that went with it. There it is. Deleted. It's much simpler now. Rip emote? Uh-oh. Playing with Scissors not subscribed to Kitboga anymore? Your unbreakable sword? If we remember the entity reference, then we could find it. Actually, I could just search for it. It was in the production database, right? How would I find that? I can look at your character really quick. Hold on a second. Actually, I might as well just leave that on the screen and just blank the screen, right? And then look at players. And looking at your item. Oh yeah, we still have it. Can show this again, right? Yeah. So playing with Skizzers, you still have the Sword of Giant Slaying +3. Assuming that you're PWS. Is it non-breaking? Oh yeah, it's got this, when I used to have item durabilities, it's not exactly unbreakable. It looks like it was 99.99 durability and you've used it 12 times. Yeah, thank you for that follow. Yeah, so I eventually, yeah, sometime soon I should make it so you can see the names of your items, but yeah, that's what you have in your inventory. It doesn't have all the damage stats on it though. It's interesting. I don't actually know if it would work as a weapon. Because it's missing all the damage. Oh no, it's going to get the default stats. So it's actually going to be a really horrible weapon. I'll have to attach the stats to it. Are you helping me test that, Cthulhu? It should only oh, you did the thanks. Oh, no, never mind. I got confused. I love beer. How are you doing? Demand a refund? No, I'll just buff the stats on it. Yeah, when I get around to it. Actually, why don't I just do that now? I can just look at what the stats would be. That's I need to remember 8237, okay? 8237. So it's all of this information. 8237. Fetch. All right, and then we're going to put all that information in here. It already had a type and a quantity, so we can remove that, right? It already had a name. Max quantity is a new field. There's the hit. Okay, so we'll make it so that it's got an even chance to hit, and it's 1d8. Damage bonus, we'll make it 6, so it really is buff. And I left that flag in there, the durability. I guess I don't really need it. Max quantity was already in there, so I don't need that. Let's see if I got that right. Important things here. Oh, I messed it up. Right, that has to be that. It really is screwed up, isn't it? How fast can I fix the formatting with this? Not very fast. I'm not very good at fixing this kind of stuff, aren't I? Multiple cursors should get better though, right? There we go. And if I do format again, it will fix it. Okay, is everything right here? So these are the new quantities that we're missing. Cooldown, damage bonus, damage, number of rolls, damage, die, and hit bonus. So that's what's missing. So now we're adding that. And then we'll call this PWS's Sword of Giant Slaying. There we go. Update. There you go. Now it's badass. It's got a 6-point damage bonus. All right, important things done. I want to grab the initial position in the game and set our camera there when we log in as a GM. Oh, and I wanted to check in the code before that, right? Yeah. Yeah, of course Playing with Scissors has got a custom sword. Hold on a second. Hey there, Morpheus Zero. And Argonai, how are you doing? I didn't see your chat. Oh, but it's up there. There we go. Cool. Let me check this code in that I just made. I don't need the game snapshot anymore, right? Because, well, let me archive that. Let me move that game snapshot to, I don't know. Where am I going to keep it? Actually, I'll just leave it around. Leave it here. I'll check it in by accident. Right, so we're getting our initial position from globals now. Dropped a few tests that don't make sense anymore. The gun flag should not be present unless it's true. All that good stuff. And this is the migration stuff that we added. All right, so that's good. Here we go. If there's no position and we get it from the globals, instead of being at 0, we use the globals, right? And this is now done on server start migration, and instead of setting that to false, we removed the key. So good, so far so good. And here's the game migration stuff. This all looks good to me. Okay, so this is remove the default. Actually, there's more stuff I can check into this, isn't there? We'll say work in progress removing, because there's some extra, there's now a lot of code in the game that doesn't need to be there. Migrate all players to a that are in the default zone to a position set in the global entity component when the game server starts. And then, hold on, what else? Oh, remove, on game server start, remove some obsolete fields no longer in the game. And then what else? I did something else, right? Or is that essentially it? Oh, I moved logged out zone migration from player login to, or player login? That's what this code was, right? Yeah, to game server start. Okay, that's what I'm going with. Committed. Oh, what game library? It's not engine. Do I have a command for that? I might not have a command for it, in which case I'll probably have to explain it now. Okay, that's the local. Let's see, what do I have? Yeah, we don't have engine. Libraries? Languages? Wow, my commands are not complete, are they? I could have sworn I had a command that... Is it just lost somewhere? We're gonna have to find it now. We must find it. And then we'll have to alias it to all those things, right? I don't see it in here. Control F. There's phaser. Yeah, phaser is the only mention of the word library. Wow, I'm surprised I don't have one. I guess no one's really asked me. Control Delete. Alt F4. Okay, I will explain Argon. So the maybe the closest is this game link. Because there's info there on what it is. Yeah, if only Adam was mod here. Adam is mod here. He's just busy right now. He's working. The game has got many different parts, and none of them are really game engines per se. They're more lower level libraries. So the only libraries I didn't write myself are the phaser library. So there's the phaser, and I use React and I use Redux. Pretty much everything else I wrote myself. So you can think of this is a game whose engine I'm making myself, except for some of the graphics and some of the web dev stuff. You sure you'd like to keep Adam as a mod after that incident? Well, I don't know. There's Killer, by the way. There's Slimy V2. He still remembers, never forget. Yeah, so it more comes up in chat when people say like how long I've been working on this game, because not having an engine to start with and making the engine myself, it's taking me a lot longer, and that's why it looks more primitive. So yeah, those are basically the only libraries I started with, and everything else is handwritten. What happened to Slimy? It's in that clip. Adam, the moment I gave Adam the power in the game to walk over water, he went and killed Slimy. It was funny, and I made Slimy V2 in tribute, but I don't know. It's just an entity in the game. I could recreate him anytime. Okay, we can do that. Add com. libraries. Done. There you go. It's in the game. Thank you, Toulouse. To test it. And what are the other commands I should alias it to? Framework, engine. So alias com engine libraries, alias com framework libraries. Yeah, there we go. Fixed. Sound like an EA commercial? Is that good? I wouldn't mind being kind of like EA in some ways. It's in the game. Oh, that part. I see. Okay, so I'm gonna switch to front end stuff. So up till today, it's been, up till right now, today has been back end development. Now I'm gonna go to the front end. The front end is in the browser. So a lot of it's in React and Redux, and there's a part of the code here. I think it's in the reducer. We set the initial position of the camera, right? Camera, is it? Yeah, initial camera position, right? So the problem is that there's no zone field here. We don't know what zone it is. We need to actually find and fetch the globals for that. The same thing that this button does, and then when we get that, then we're going to use these coordinates and put them in here. I just need to find out where we use that. Is it just to initialize the reducer? If so, I need to do something more. We really love the player moved instantly and the server validated the position feels choppy. It's choppy mostly because the game is not optimized. So until I optimize it, it's just going to be choppy. Sorry about that. There are a couple things to optimize. One is the protocol I'm using between the front end and the back end for all the information that's going across. Another thing is the client doesn't do predictive motion, so it actually waits for a full round trip before you see it change on the client end. And also the game itself, it is it's waiting until the entire cluster validates the move. We could have it where there's a provisional answer from the server saying, okay, you can move, but it's not completely saved yet. There's like steps I just haven't done. Why do you do initial camera position instead of just initial camera position? Because if I just did that, I believe that changing the camera position would also change the initial camera position because they're by reference. But I could be wrong. I wanted to make sure it was its own object and not a reference to the same object, if that makes sense. I don't know. Maybe I don't need to do that. I was under the impression doing that would have two references, two names, basically, to the same structure, so that later when I change camera position, it would change this, and I don't want that. But you JavaScript experts, tell me if I'm wrong. I guess I could test it. Actually, does it even matter? Because if I don't use initial position anywhere else... Okay, I do it there. Camera position and new camera position. I think if they reference the same object, then they can never be different. So I can do a test of that, right? Let's show the debug menu, Redux here. State, admin. And let me make it so that everybody can read that. So there's camera position. Okay, it's kind of hard to see new camera position because there's a bunch of junk in the way. 0099, right? And if I type like a 1 there, then that should have the effect of camera position still 0099, but new camera position. This will let me scroll. Has a 10 in there, right? Actually, it's interesting. It's a string. Do I parse that at some point? Interesting. Do we never use that? Wait a minute. Why do I hold on to this if it's never used? What? Is this a bug? Why do I have that separate from that? Interesting. I think that that's a bug. Yeah, where do we change it? It would be in a reducer. Oh. Wait a minute. Is it included in this update? Is that what I did? Oh, okay. It gets, yeah. I think I know it. Yeah, it gets parsed here and then sent through another action. All right. So yeah, my guess would be that if I didn't do that, and I just did that, then these would end up pointing to the same object, and so as I'm typing it, it would screw up the other variables. Let me see if that's what happens or not, because I could be wrong. Why did you, okay. The spread operator causes there to be two object references. So yeah, so if I'm right, now it'll be screwed up because it'll be pointing to the same object. So let's look at that again. Admin. So they're both at 0099, right? I'm being raided by Irish John. Ah! Shields up. Red alert. I'll wait for a little bit because he might be watching an ad. So if I were to type in like a 1 there, my guess is that it'll update the other variable by accident. Actually, it didn't. Interesting. Oh, I wonder if that's because we reassign camera position often. Okay, then I didn't need it. Okay. Well, that's good to know. I think it's because it's always reassigned, right? Because the reducers are stateless, right? They just take state in and return new state out. So there's no reason for me to do the spread operator on any of these places. There we go. We learned something. So that means I'm going to give Postal Rat a point for questioning why we're doing it, because it turns out we actually don't need it. And I'll give Stroth a point for explaining what the spread operator does. So it turns out, yeah, these do initially reference the same object, but that's okay because anytime either one is changed, they're going to get a whole new object anyway. So that means we don't need to bother spreading any of this ever. Right? No need. No need to spread the old objects and make a copy. All right, so let me respond to the raid now. Probably everyone's done with the stupid ad, right? Welcome, raiders. Yes. I'm working on this game, and it's a work in progress. I'm developing the engine. It's been about a year, probably another year or so. Well, hopefully not that long. Let's say another 6 months before enough of the engine is done that the game will be have good enough baseline for me to actually put game content in there. There's test content in there now, so you could log in and you could fight these test enemies if you wanted. But there are issues. It's slow. There are bugs here and there, and I'm just working on improving the engine and getting things cleaned up so I can get to more game dev. But if you have any questions, let me know. We have lots of commands in the chat. Ooh. And my my stream watching program just crashed. Let me run it again. I'll have to look at the log and see why it crashed. In the meantime, I'm just going to start it back up again. And start the timer. There we go. Yeah. Interesting. So, yeah, anyway, if you have any questions, let me know. I'm doing okay, Irish John. How are you? How was your stream? Yeah, just with the help of viewers, I just realized something. This is in Redux, which is holding the state of this app. Or, it's the same as the production environment, only in the test environment it happens to be black right now, but this is where we hold all the variables for the front end client of the game, and just realized that some fancy JavaScript syntax I had here, I didn't need it. Even though we have these two fields here that assigned to the same object reference, because the way the React works, whenever these things get changed, they get a whole new object reference anyway, so they might as well initially share the same object. So I learned something today. So right now I'm working on, I got rid of the default zone. It's gone. That's why it's all black. And I introduced this concept of initial player position, and I'm working on the front end to have the GM camera start there when I load it. So that's roughly here, right? I want the camera to start here now, instead of where if I refresh now, instead of starting there, it just starts in a black zone that doesn't exist anymore. So I have to actually click there, and then I have to, why is this so slow? I have to click there and then click there to get where I want. All right. So this is the old initial camera position, and I need to get it from here. So that means I need to query the globals. Then once I have them, put them into the camera position. Actually, there was a action to do this, right? Set camera position, probably. Set camera, or something about camera. Move camera. Move camera. Actually, you know what? It's kind of like that, isn't it? What does that do? Oh, it gets it from the state store. So I need one extra step, don't I? I need to have it fetch the globals, and then once I have the globals, move the camera to them. Okay. Didn't I had a way to do this that was sort of tricky. What was it? It was like what this fetch globals does. So there's probably an action for that, right? Fetch globals? Global? Get global entity. That's what it is, I think. No. It's something calls that. Is this it? Did it just... No, but it loads them. Oh, because... Okay, yeah. I'm mostly talking to myself right now. Hey there, Mech and Principal. How are you doing? Okay, see you, Argon. Thanks for stopping by. Because I had to restart my little app, I'm going to lose track of who I waved to, but that's okay. I'll remember. How you doing, Mike? Now I need a way in my tool to say, hey, I've already waved to a bunch of people. I don't have a way to do that. now you're going to confuse me, Nui. Do you think you came here with a rate? Yeah, probably. Yeah, of course you would never come here voluntarily. Toulouse. Oh well, rip. I know Fresh Meat wasn't here before, so I'll wave to Fresh Meat. Hi. Yeah, so what I'm talking about right now is I have a program I wrote to help remind me of who I've said hello to during my stream, and that program crashed. I restarted it, and my program no longer remembers who I waved to, so yeah. Now it's saying I have to say hello to everybody. I know what... I didn't say hi to Impera yet, so let me do that. Hi. De-alert without a VIP? Would someone mention you? I didn't. Okay, anyway, I had something in here to do a two-step process. It wasn't this. Oh, I remember doing this, and I realized I didn't need it to do it in 2 steps. I did it in 1. Where I do it in 2 steps is the dialogue panel. So let me find that again. Is this it? Game dialogues. Oh, no, it was scripts. Scripts, that's what it was. I think it's this one. I need to look at this one. I think it's this one. Set reflected entities action. That's what it is. I need to have it like when we get the globals entity, we want to use it to set the camera. I did wave to Toulouse. Stop messing with me. I am scared of that sword. Oh! All right. The question is, when do we set the camera? Let me look at what happens. What's the sequence of events here in Redux when I reload? Initial load, client configuration, auto login, login complete, show stage, admin. Okay, it's after the admin authenticate. I know that. What are we sending the game here? Subscribing to things? Receiving a message? Oh, we have to authenticate to all 3 servers. Okay, so it's going to be here somewhere on subscribe. Subscribe to players, for example. Yeah, okay. Reflect server admin authenticated. Here's where it is. Aha. This is a good place to do it. When the camera entity is retrieved. So there's probably an action to reflect that we have it, right? Reflect camera entity requested. Wait a minute. Why do I have something called reflect camera entity requested? To do whole word and all that stuff. Okay. Yeah, why am I doing that? What is that used for? Oh, I know why. I see. This is a trick. This is saying, like, if that's true, then when we get an entity back, yeah, then we know it's the camera entity. Okay, that's why. Because I might request to create other entities. Okay, cool. So here's where I would actually want to have this done by middleware, wouldn't I? Yeah, so I want this done somewhere else. Don't I? I think I know. Yeah, because this is set to false. So that's probably used somewhere else. Aha. Create camera components. Right, so if we do that after we get the globals, then we'll be good. So this is the place I want to modify. It takes me a while sometimes to figure out where I need to change the code. So there's where we need to change the code. This means we've gotten back a camera entity, and we're about to set its components, which is another middleware, which will set the camera's position, right? But we don't know what the camera position should be yet. So between getting the entity number and then creating those components, we need to get the globals. So that's roughly what that other code did, right? And I lost the position of it. Shoot. I'm just going to flip back until I see it. I'll see it eventually. Is that it? This is it. where we do a set reflected entities action, and then get entity by ID. But it's a little more complicated than that. It's not get entity by ID, it's get entity by type. I remember that now. All right, so set the reflected entities action, so it'll be create camera components, right? And then instead of dispatching that, it's somewhere here. Get entity by type. Is it get global? Get global entity. That's what it is. Get global entity. This exact thing. Right here. So we set up the action to do when we get an entity back, and then we'll say, give me the global entity. So then we'll get the global entity, and it'll come back, and it'll call this one. And then I can reflect that the camera position is... Actually, do I need to do that? Do I need to reflect the camera position has changed? I think I do. We need to set it. So I would just do it right here, right? Dispatch actions reflect camera position. And I don't know what to put in there yet. Let me find where I do this somewhere else. Oh, okay. Yes, okay, good. So it's just the position component itself. All right, so I need to find out what that is. And I think it just immediately becomes available there, but I'm not sure. Think so? Because that dispatch will fully complete before we get back here, I think. What a CAPTCHA. Given the expression 7x plus 319 equals 519852, what's the value of x? That's a CAPTCHA? Where did you see that? Having you do math? That sucks. It's in... Yeah, it's... const pos. We have to get it from the state, right? And it'll be in admin. It'll be... I just can't remember. Let me look. Reflect entities. It'll be entities. There should only be one of it. What if there's more than one? This will be weird if it's more than one. I suppose we can check if it is empty or not. So right, I know. If we'll say if there's anything in there, was it length greater than 0? Is that how it's done? Yeah. Then we'll do these things. If there's more than one, I think I'm just not going to care. And then it'll be it's a JSON object, right? So I can just get its oh, I forget how this is done. I'll make a guess. I'm gonna guess that it's initial player position, just as a key directly, but I'm not sure. And maybe just put a breakpoint there. Actually, it's just gonna break there, isn't it? Yeah, it's just gonna break there. And it, what is this saying? is what? Get state admin entity's length is not a function. Oh, really? That's how long it's been, yeah, since I've worked on JavaScript. Yeah, thank you, Toulouse. It's funny how bad you can get just by not working on something for a while. Thank you for that follow. Okay, can't read property X of undefined. So yeah, I didn't get it right. Where is... I should have just put a breakpoint on that. Here. Actually, let's just do that. There we go. Refresh. Found that captcha on a blog, huh? Why is this not reload? Oh, that's weird. Did it just work? Wait a minute. How come it's not hitting my breakpoint? It's not supposed to just work. It's supposed to hit my breakpoint. Wait. Oh, there it goes. I just wasn't waiting long enough. Hold on, I gotta respond to a text. Use predictive text is gonna be worth it? Don't know what you're talking about. Come on. How come the mouse over's not telling me what these values are? Anyway, F10. What's the position? Undefined. Yeah, so this is the problem here. I guess I'll just look at the state at this point. Admin entities. Oh, it isn't. It's empty. Wait a minute. Am I looking at the right state? It's not application. Sources. How come I can't look at it? This is weird. Let's just get this out. Var or const, right? Entities equals. Thank you for the follow, by the way. And now I should have a variable I can look at. All right, let's just reload that. I might as well just break this out, right? Break it out so everyone can see it. Alrighty. What is entities? It's an array. Oh, it's got components. Oh, I forgot I had to do that stuff. So that means I have to do a map or a for each. Or a find. Why did I structure it this way? What was I thinking? I must have done this somewhere else. Aha. This is how I did it. This would be pos equals entity 0 dot components find component info, where component info type is global. Why did I do position? It's global. Global is a special word. How about globals? And I have to do dot component. And I have to check if it's falsy. Okay, so right, it might be falsy. So if globals, then our position is globals component dot initial position. There we go. Let's try that. And reload. Oh, let the iPhone guess what I'm going to say. It doesn't really work that way. Oh, I see what Mrs. Reimer was saying. Okay. I see what. Should I also put in Mike thinks that if I should have just done predictive text and then you would have I would have said the correct thing. All right. You said use predictive text. It's going to be worth it regarding the text you receive. Let the iPhone guess what you're going to say. That's what you meant. Oh. Just found unfinished work, which means I'll have to do a 24-hour stream. I want to do a 24-hour stream at some point just to say I did it, but I don't know when I'll do it. The with components is C++, not JavaScript. Yeah, I flipped to JavaScript now, of course. Okay, one entity. We should have a globals now. Aha. And then we should have a position. Yay, we got a position. And then we should reflect the camera position, and then the camera position should be in there. I think this will work now. So just go. Take out the breakpoint and go. Where's the go button? Resume. Hey, look at that. It worked. It works. It works. Oh, that's okay. It's not a lot. And hello, silence. Learning C++, you find that the beginner problems you search online, you don't know how to dissect it to write code for it. Give you pointers how to understand the problem. What the problem are asking you? Not exactly sure what you're asking. If it's a really beginner problem, you're probably learning from a teacher or a tutorial, and it's best then probably to, if you're learning it from someone, just ask them. And if you don't, yeah, I'm not sure what to say other than find someone to work with that would help you learn it. Because a lot of the things that you search online, problems online, they're not beginner problems, they're more advanced problems. So, yeah. It can be kind of tricky if you're learning, if you're doing it alone, to get the right answers or to look up the questions and find the answers that match the actual question you want to know. Ludum Dares this weekend, perfect 24-hour stream. I wish I could, but I just can't do more than like 4 hours at a time. And then in the evening, I gotta cook dinner. I gotta do chores. So I don't know how that would work. If I do a 24-hour stream, am I allowed to have like half an hour breaks once in a while to do like the laundry or cook dinner? Or do I have to arrange someone else to cook for me? Anyway, I think this is fixed now. So when the game loads for the GM, it should go to the initial position now. Great. It's working. Stream that too? Yeah, but Mrs. Reimu does not want people to see our house. So I would have to like, I don't know, mute the I'd have to blank the camera for a lot of the time and say, okay, I'm going to take you guys into the kitchen. You're not going to see anything. But you can hear me making dinner right now. Tell Alexa to record secretly. Mrs. Reimer will find out, and I'll get in trouble. In principle. See, yeah, our family is a little bit different from yours, I think. Okay, cool. I'm gonna check this. Check this change in. Okay, this we learned we didn't need to do object spreading. So, no need for object, I think it's called object spreading or object decomposition or something. No need for object spreading or redux initial state. Sleeping on the couch isn't all bad. Samuel Jackson Alexa voice coming out soon. Ooh. Sounds neat. Okay, so instead of just creating the camera components, we say go create the camera components after getting the global entity. So that by this point we know that the entities should have the global entity in it. In fact, there should be only one of it. And if there isn't, it's just going to use 0, 0 and all that, right? So this is just extra code. We will find the globals in there and get the initial player position and make that the camera position. Sounds good to me. So we're going to check that in. Put GM camera at initial player position on load. Or on login. Cool. I'm almost done with my plan, aren't I? If I run out of things to do, I think the penalty should be I go refactor. New accounts. Okay. Actually, we didn't test that. Let me test that really quick. So let's make a new account. Localhost. New account. Player name will be Mike. And we don't need anything. Okay, chickens is the password. It's not really Mike's password, but you get the idea. I have accepted the policy. So I don't need to click that because it's test mode. Sign up. I should start at the initial player position. Okay, that's weird. I should fix that before I push that out of production. It shouldn't ask me twice. Anyway, we're in the correct position. All right. I suppose I should fix that bug, right? It shouldn't be asking us twice. For the policy, I think I might know where that problem is. Yeah, I think I know where that is. 3 hours, 17 minutes. I have like maybe 40 minutes to work on any bug fixes or refactorings that I want. Sounds good to me. I like playing with the shadow light system that I have in the game now. That lava is not deadly yet. Oh, look, there's a slime named Joe. He helped me out yesterday, so he got a special nameplate, Joe. Although the nameplate is way above his tile. Oh, that's because he's really a half-height tile. Never stopped to consider that I might have half-high tiles and want the title bar to be lower than it is normally. The title bar needs work anyway. Anyway, all right. So we don't need this account anymore, so we're going to say, I don't like this game, so delete. Account has been deleted. Okay. Let me confirm my suspicion about why I was asked to check the box twice. I think it's because in the game it doesn't record that we accepted that specific version. That would be in... where would that be? I can't remember now. Well, I can look at login, for example. On login make command, or is it not an auth? No, it's login make command. There we go. At some point, don't I record? Oh no, I don't. I was going to say, do I record the version of the privacy policy we agree to? But no, we don't. It's on the it's when we confirm. So that's consent. Something that has consent in the name. Policy consent. Here we go. So there's a policy version. That should be in our create account command. I think that's what's missing. This policy version isn't included in the command, is it? For creating a character. So, hold on. Where do we use that? Okay, that's the front end. There's where we get what it is now. Oh, that's on successful login. Oh, that's if we haven't agreed to the latest. Yeah. Haven't consented to the latest, then here's the number you need to consent to. Right. Yeah, so we need to kind of do that check. So it actually already is doing that check, sort of, on login, right? That's why we're getting prompted a second time. Yeah, because I bet that's being called from create. No? Hold on. Wait. Is it this variable I need to search for? Aha. Is this login? Yeah, this is login. So there'll be a matching one for create account, right? No, there isn't. So wait, I don't get it. Oh, I think I might know. It probably logged me in, but we just didn't see it because the I should do that with the GM watching. So here's the GM camera. What's this? Where are all these players? Let's move them away. You guys move. Hold on. Why is there more than one entity there? Oh, because my camera's sitting there. Okay. Who are these two players? Raimu 2 and Carol. Okay. So when I create another account there, do I appear there before I click the box a second time? Mike. Oh, I do. Okay. So this is the error. Because, oh, wait a minute. I bet it's 0. I bet it never recorded that we accepted it in the first place. I can test that by logging in again. No. Okay, that wasn't it. Interesting. Anyway, let's delete the account. Deleted. It's not on login executed. It's on created or something, or on account. I can't remember it. Created player or something. I suck at this. Names. What is it? What is the name? It's not create player. What is it? There's login. There's set password. Where's creating the player in the first place? How come I'm not seeing it? Register. That's it. Okay, it's register, and it's in profile. Interesting. Why did I put it there? I don't know. On profile. No, on register. Is it register? Register make command, and oh, it's create player. On create player executed. Okay. Doing all this stuff. Oh, I wonder if it's going into here and doing it. Aha. This flag is not set. That's the problem. Where do we set that flag? Okay, we set it if the executor says that we set it. Or that we should set it. That's on set password and login. But probably not anywhere else. Why am I doing it in two places? Oh, that's fetching it from the JSON and then we store it in the client record. Got it. Okay. Right, there's the other one was set password? Yeah, set password, login. And yeah, so we don't do it in creating the player at all. So I completely missed that. All right. The simplest solution is just set it. So that should have tripped up one of my tests, I think. Maybe I just haven't run it. I have not run the test in a while, and that's why I'm not seeing it. Yep, there we go. Failing some tests. Is it? What's this one? Yeah, successful login after create, so it's failing, and it's probably going to say consent required. Yeah, need policy consent. Okay, there's the bug there's the test that's failing. Okay, so we already have a test. Good news. So I just need to go to on create player executed and just set that flag then. We have to set it here. Client.second.consented equals true. There we go. Because they will, in order to create the account, they must have consented to the latest policy at that point. Cool. Now what's this other one? Player downloading their own data. Oh, the signature changed? Oh, why would that be different? I wonder why that changed. I'll worry about that later. The signature of player download data changes a lot when I change the fields that are included in the signature calculation. So I probably just forgot to update that test. All right, so let's reserve the cluster again now that I rebuilt it. And it's passing. I should take the opportunity to stretch while I'm waiting for the server to come back up, shouldn't I? Comes back up, it'll go green. It's going green. We've got one. Up. This thing. That thing happens because of a race condition I never bothered to fix. Only affects the GM. Refresh fixes it. Why is it so slow sometimes? Unexpected end of file? Wait. What happened to my camera? Oh, did it disconnect? I bet it disconnected. Can I see that in Redux, or is it already missing? Might be already gone. Let me see if I can find it. I don't see it in there. I was expecting to see a disconnect. Oh, here's Git global entity. Wait a minute, did it never get the entity back? Is that the problem? It disconnected at that point? I don't see it anywhere. I'm not going to bother with it. I'm just too tired to debug that now. I'm just going to reload until it works. Why are we getting certificate unknown now? Why are we getting that? And it's all 3 servers sending that. But no, it's authenticating, so why is... It's broken now. I broke it. It was working a minute ago, now it's broken. What did I do? Okay, there it goes. So what, it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't? Is it time sensitive? Is it... I don't know. I'll have to look at that later. Why it sometimes works. Okay, anyway. Hopefully I fixed the bug that I just saw. So Mike, chickens, agree. It should not ask me a second time. It should be right in. There we go. Fixed. And then delete my account. Cool. Fixed it. Thank you for that follow, by the way. How long does it take to run the complete unit test suite? Like 5 minutes. It's getting kind of long and needs refactoring. The goal would be for the unit test to run really quickly, and you might have a lot of tests, but the test should be individually like really quick. So problem I have these days is a lot of these tests take a long time to run. Like 200 to 300 milliseconds, that's bad. It's like over 10 times the amount of time it should take. And I think it's because a lot of these tests are unnecessarily going through the full authentication cycle, hashing the password and all that, where really don't care. Most of these tests don't care if you hash the password correctly. They're testing other things, right? So it's in the setups of these tests are doing a lot of unnecessary work. So like that took 10 seconds just to run the profile test only. I'm scared of running them all because I'm pretty sure I broke other things. I probably need a stream just to go back and fix all these things. I need to have all these tests passing by the time I deploy. Because it would be really bad if I had something broken and I just deployed it anyway, right? Just ship it. No better time than the present, Cthulhu? Is that what you're saying? That was like 20 minutes ago. I got absorbed in that problem. Sorry about that. Would have ignored chat for 20 minutes. Yeah, these tests are really, really slow. Like almost a half second for each test, and there's like a bunch of them. Oh, for 24-hour stream? Oh, yeah. Now I remember. I need to work myself up to that. So probably go from 4 hours to an 8-hour one. And then from an 8, maybe a 16. And then the final push would be get that last 8 hours where I would normally sleep. That's why you deploy Python. Ship it anyway. Hot fix it. Yeah. Well, I would do that with the game logic. This stuff. This I can edit while the game is running. That's one of the reasons I did this in Lua. Like the entire combat system is in Lua because I could ship it and then fix it on the fly. Okay, so it took 1 minute 36 seconds and a bunch of stuff broke. Just out of curiosity, what's broken here? Channel state uptime after update time. Oh, interesting. That shouldn't be broken at all. Huh. Interesting. I'll have to look at that later. Nothing else in the chatbot's broken, right? Okay. Then what's broken here? Yeah, so that I expected if this one fails, that this one also failed because they're both about downloading player data. This is if a player downloads their own data. This is if the GM downloads some player data. Okay, so it's not that bad. The only thing really broken is the chatbot has the channel state is not correctly updated. Yeah, this is the part of that simulates a call to Twitch APIs to get the stream title or stream status. It thinks that there is no title. Why? They were giving the title. And there's the title again. Oh, wait a minute. Did I change the requirement that if we're not streaming, there should be no title? I wonder if that's what I did. Yeah, so the stream is started, but then the second request, it is not running anymore. Wait a minute. Okay. Streaming false, but it's true. I don't get it. Why would this fail? I don't really feel like debugging this right now. I'll debug it later. It's stuff I didn't even develop on stream. I kind of did this between streams, where the chatbot in the game knows whether or not I'm streaming, and if I'm streaming, it captures the stream title because presumably I wanted to use that in the chatbot command system, that you can say title or something, and then it would say what it is. Anyway. What's up, Sethu? I'm getting tired. I just finished today's work and I was just fixing the little bugs here and there that I was discovering. So there is no more default zone. I can remove that now, can't I? What happens if I go to it? Actually, you know what I'm really curious about? What happens if I make something here? Like some water. Well, that still works. So if I go back to there and then go back to default zone. Okay, so I can still create stuff in the default zone. I suppose I'll leave that in there for at least one version of the game and then remove it only after I migrate all the data. Remove it from these tools. And then the concept of the default zone at all. Yeah. Cool. All right. All right, I'm done with today's work, but I think I'm going to keep going a little bit. I want maybe to fix this broken test. That might be a good thing. Any advances? Yeah, we're done. We migrated all, like at least in the test environment, that default zone is gone. All the players are now like a new player account will start here at whatever I have set up as the initial player position, and also the GM camera will go there every time I connect. Although I guess maybe I should debug this. Why is sometimes it doesn't? Like, why is there such a lag here? Is it just a lag because it's doing stuff on the network, maybe? There is a noticeable authentication delay. But these WebSockets still haven't finished authenticating yet. Okay, now what is it doing? I have no idea what it's doing now. Okay, it created the temporary entity, and then what? It didn't do anything with it. Okay, I should look at this, because this is going to get annoying that I'd have to reset a bunch of times. Request camera entity. Reflect that we requested it. We're sending something that we want to create it. And then we're receiving Mac messages that are delayed. Okay, my window froze there. Right, there's going to be a lot of stuff. But eventually it should say reflect temporary entity. There we go. Set reflected entities action. Get global entity. So we're asking to get the global entity at that point. And that, what server is that? Oh, leader. Okay, who's the leader? The leader is 10. And are we talking to... Did we talk to 10? This is 10. No, we actually never requested anything. That's the problem. It was supposed to send it to the leader and never did. Oh, we haven't finished authenticating yet. Oh. It can't send it to the leader because we don't know who the leader is yet. I see the problem. Well, shoot. When do we do this then? I guess I have to wait until we're connected to the leader? This might explain some other weird stuff I see occasionally where I load the GM screen and it still stays black. And this is before my work today. I think it's trying to set the camera before we're actually connected to the leader server. I think that's what the problem is. You're done as well with your stuff? You're happy? Only 500 lines of GLSL? Yeah, but your stuff is pretty dense. 500 lines of GLSL is probably a lot of work. All right. All right. Yeah, lots of math. Yeah, I would imagine so. Okay, close all this stuff. Okay, hold on. Sure, that'd be fine. Or you can share it in the Discord. Let's see. Whichever way you're comfortable with. Either way, I probably won't get to it until after my stream. Let's see. It's in... Actually, it's not in the views at all. It's in the middleware. Admin middleware, right? A lot of the stuff happens here. Subscribe, right? It's all this stuff that... You know what it is? Is we should only do this when we're talking to the leader server, right? So how do I know when we're talking to the leader server? Leader. So I guess I could do that. There are two things that have to happen. We have to connect to it, and we have to know that it's the leader. And either one of those could happen it could happen in either order, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, this is complicated. How often do we do this send to leader, actually? As long as we don't do that all the time. Get any, right, if I click, right, yeah, okay. Actually, don't use it that often. It's getting the global entity is the problem. What if I don't really need to do that to the leader. I could just do it to any server, right? Yeah, why am I sending this to the leader? It doesn't really matter. So don't I just want to do send to game here? And then it's just going to end up making a, well, hold on. Let me make sure. It should only make one camera. Right, because it'll only go through once here. So it'll be whichever server it connects to first, it'll end up getting a camera from that server. Yeah, yeah. So I think that should be enough to fix it. Because send to game just picks whatever connection we already have. We don't really need to do send to leader. In fact, this is sort of a problem because we might not be able to send to the leader at all. Okay, yeah, let's see. That should have fixed it. I should not have this problem where the camera isn't there. There'll still be a lag though. Lag, lag, lag. Okay. So slow. I think a lot of it's because it's a debug build and we're doing cryptography, decrypting and encrypting and stuff. Okay, I'm just going to check that in. That's a nice little bug fix. Okay, that was one fix earlier, right? So mark new players as consenting to TOSPP because it's in the sign up thing. And then this one was it's getting entity information in general, right? Get entity information, get entity info from any server, any connected server. Cool. All right, let me take a minute. Little bit, just a few seconds. Look at my notes again. Oh, maybe I could look into this with the extra time I have today. The bit secrets only me. Okay, fine. Reminder to post. Oh yeah, tweet. Oh, maybe this one. That one was a funny one, right? I should look into that. That one, let's trace that down. So I was getting that when I would create and destroy stuff really quickly. So if I like went out here and I like did this really fast, I'll get disconnected, right? Or mostly it's when I'm deleting a lot really frequently. I bet it's not going to happen now. It's only going to happen when I don't want it to happen. Well, it was deleting stuff very rapidly, right? There we go. I got disconnected. Ooh, that was bad. I just wiped out that area of the world. So when I get disconnected, what's the message? Maximum message frequency exceeded. Okay. Search for that. And let me repair the world here. Ooh, I broke it. Let's fix it. There we go. Fixed. And then get rid of... Don't need all this water anymore. All right. That happens here. Check message frequency. Thanks for that follow. So the thing is, this should not need to be called for a game master connection. So let's see where it's called. We check it. Where is this? On getting any kind of message. Oh, interesting. So it's just checked for every client, even if they're a GM. In two places? Oh, binary as well. Okay. So we could just put it in the one place here. We can just have, say, if it's an admin connection, just leave early. Okay, good night, Nui. See ya. Thank you for that follow, by the way, whoever that was. So there's probably a test for this, right? Under DOS mitigation, so frequency. Right, close and ban client at WebSocket frames sent too frequently. So let me make a derived test where it's authenticated as an admin. And it should say, do not close and ban GM, even if WebSocket frames sent too frequently. All right. Yeah, so instead of this login, it's authenticate as admin. Well, it's not player. We're going to rename it to be admin. And we don't need this login now. Which means I don't need this test user. Cool. And then, oh, I wiped the test message away. Okay, so we'll leave the test message. Doesn't matter what the test message is, it's just that the frequency of it is too high. So replace player with those things. What's the deal here? Why is it not like that? Oh, just slow IntelliSense. Okay. So if we're not banned, it would be that it's equal to 1, and then this is false. That's what I expect for the GM. So it's going to fail because the GM is not immune to the rate limits. Indeed, it fails. I think the test is easy. I mean, the fix is easy. We just say true if client.isAdmin. Return true. Easy peasy. Admin is not banned. Yay. I like these easy fixes. Do not hang up ban GM for high frequency messages. Nice. All right. Cool. And nearing the end of the stream, is there anything that you guys want to talk about, or that have any questions? Any problems in the game? I don't think anyone's actually playing the game, but I understand that because I really haven't worked on any content in a while. There was one other bug that happened today, right? Maybe look into that. Right, the original bug of is it create player? Oh right, yeah. If you scored points in the channel and then created a player in the game, you would lose your original points. Or it wouldn't be tracked. Wait a minute. Is that right? You need to link your account though. It doesn't sound right. Let me look at this. Yep, said who's here. He just finished working on a shader that's got secret stuff in it. Maybe he'll share it with you, but it's not public, I guess. Yeah. Oh, I see what could happen. You score points in the channel, and then you create a player by authenticating with Twitch. So this would be non-zero. It would go through here. Oh no, okay. If you authenticated with Twitch, it would migrate your points. But if you didn't authenticate with Twitch, this would be 0, and it wouldn't do any of these steps. It would create a new record here, basically, and well, then you would just link your points. Wait a minute, maybe there isn't a bug here. Let me search for this. Find where this might have happened, where the bug... So if the bug is not there, where was it then? Look up Twitch user. It's probably not there. What's this? Again, look up Twitch user. On player logged in. Oh, okay. Right. Oh, if your account is linked to Twitch and you have points in your character component, it will migrate them. So what is it with like 715209's account, for example, that this isn't happening? Is it because he's not logged into the game? That's probably what it is, right? Yeah, I'd have to look at production database, and I don't want to do that on stream. So I guess I'll look at this later. I will look at that later. All right. I'm kind of undecisive. I'm indecisive about what to do next. Maybe I could look into this, even though it's not work I did on stream. I could debug it anyway. Sure, why not? So this test says that we join the Twitch channel chat, assume that it will look up my stream information, and then when it does, say that we're streaming. Then I'd wait until after the update period of 60 seconds and expect that a second request for stream information comes in, and at that point say that we're no longer streaming. And we would expect streaming to be false, but the title to remain what it was. And in effect, what it's doing is it's clearing the title. Okay, maybe I can't remember which is correct, the test or the code. Let's see what the code does. That would be work when enabled, work when active, work when connected, update channel membership, maybe? I can't remember. Maybe. Hold on, what does update channel membership do? Oh, yeah, here we go. Part of it is to query the channel state if it's time. Thank you for that follow, by the way. Query channel state. Here's the actual API lookup. And here's when we get back the response. If there is no data and we were streaming, say that we're no longer streaming, and then set that to false. Oh, that's interesting. So it should not have cleared the title, and it did for some reason. So let me put a breakpoint here, and we'll run that test. What is the exception, though? Ooh, wait. This looks bad. Hold on, why are we here? Why did it hit here? I did not expect that to happen. It's like it crashed updating a vector of some kind. Oh, is this being hit by multiple threads? Ah, it is. And I didn't bother in this test framework to have a guard against that. Yeah, oops. Yep, so this other thread is accessing it at the same time. Right, so while the raft is saying caught up to cluster, we have another thread who's trying to say something else. Okay, well, I guess I need to put in a guard here then. Okay, fine. We'll do a lock guard of some kind. Decal type diagnostics mutex. Let's make a mutex, shall we? So let's put that up here. It's fixed. So that's a race condition in the test framework. Completely unrelated to why that test was failing before. And I lost my place. It was not there. Oh shoot, I lost the... It's in here somewhere, right? It was, I'll just run them all. Although this takes a while, I need to run it. Yeah, that's safe enough. Because we only use it to synchronize access pushing into there. Okay, that's fine. All right. Back to debugging this one. Okay, so this is the first call. What do we do? The status is not 200? Why is the status 0? Is that the problem? We're putting the wrong status in there? Oh, maybe. I'm only doing the response body and not the status code? Oh, that might be. It might be that it didn't look at the status code before. The default is not 200. The default is unassigned. Okay, that's probably what it is. I need to set the status code to 200. I must not have been checking the status code, and then I added it to check, and then I didn't update these tests. So in both of these places then, right? Both request 1 and 2, and probably the other test as well. Probably this one has the same problem. Yep. That would do it. Okay, try again to build. Yep, that was it. Fix those tests. Okay, that's a bug in the test framework. Nothing in the code. Well, that's good. Test framework bug. Okay, so fix bugs in Golem test framework. So protect diagnostic log from multiple thread access. And set 200 status for simulated Twitch API calls. All right. Nice. Cool, I passed the 4-hour mark and I fixed some bugs and I got my work done. Yay! The only thing that then would be broken is the signature stuff, and I wanted to check that later anyway. Yeah. Well, I hope everybody enjoyed the stream. I know it's not always interesting. Maybe you're just here to hear my voice in the background. I try to make it interesting for those who want to see stuff. Try to be responsive in chat, and but I understand if you just want to hear something in the background. That's fine too. I'm not sure what I'll be working on next time, except maybe to push this into production. So in the production server right now, there's this. Oh, that's interesting. How come that didn't work? Oh, it's just really slow. Wow. Wow, really slow. Huh. Game's really slow. I don't know why. Anyway, I wonder if I have a memory leak in the server. Because this happened last week too, and like the game got really slow near the end of the stream. And then post-stream, I checked and it like was running out of memory or something, and so I restarted the game server and it was back to normal. Anyway, when I push the stuff into production, I can get rid of this zone, and then everyone will get migrated to whatever I decide to put the make the default starting position, which I think I was going to keep this between realms area. The idea would be that you spawn right here, and this is part of the story that I eventually want to put in here, that a new character just doesn't know who they are or where they came from, and they're like in this strange place, hallways with doors. And the moment you go through, you could find that one doorway is open, and the moment you step through, you're in a new world. And then later on in the game, not to give away any spoilers per se, but you might find yourself back into this area and then have more experience and know what you're doing and be able to use this to navigate between different worlds. But I haven't figured that out yet. But anyway, yeah, I think I want characters by default to end up here. And you would assume that people would immediately move through that door and end up basically in these sewers. But I don't know. Maybe people will end up in the Between the Realms area anyway. And I'll have to figure out, like, what are we going to do about that, right? Maybe we'll have a little lobby here with drinks. I don't know. We'll see. Spoilers. It really depends on how players end up using the game, right? If people create accounts and they're here and they just hang out and never choose to go through the door, then what do we do? Maybe I have it so that if you don't go through that door fast enough, something spawns in here and kills you, and it's a permadeath of some kind. Wouldn't that be funny? Something that spawns that, like, says you shouldn't be here, and then, like, kicks you out, and then the game shows a dialogue saying, "It took you too long to leave the starting area. Please try again," and then you would just reset you. Hey there, Kappa Mangoes. I'm ending my stream, unfortunately. So yeah, I usually stream from like 10 to 2 p.m. or 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. my time, so that's like an hour ago I should have ended. I started an hour late because I was helping out in Adam's channel moderating. So yeah, usually I'm done by now. I'm gonna go eat now. And I hope you guys enjoyed. I'm gonna find someone to raid if that's okay with you guys. Yeah, I'm sorry, Kappa Mangoes. It's a little bit late. I need to go eat something. 24-hour stream sometime soon, and then you can tune in any time of the day, and I'll be streaming that day, right? Well, how about we raid Tim Bodette? I said his name correctly this time. You have a good one too, Kappa Mangoes. Back tomorrow? I hope so. I think so, but I'm gonna probably be starting late, so probably another late start tomorrow. So 11 a.m. my time. I updated the schedule in the panels below, but yeah, schedule's a little bit chaotic nowadays. Tim Bode. So Tim is a great streamer. He is making a series of games based on his own game engine in C++ called Turtle Brains, and so the theme is racing. So he's got a great community himself. And the game he's working on right now is called Turbo Boom, and is complete with an awesome trailer, and it's on the way to being released. It's like he's working on these games like that should be 3 to 5 months time span, right? So he's getting ready to finish this one. Let's go say hi to him. I will see you guys tomorrow, I hope. Okay, take care. Bye.